Good morning. Hello to everyone. I'm glad to chair the first session of our conference with the title Byzantine and Ottoman Past, History, Religion and Ethnicity, Cultural and Political Identities, and welcome and introduce our esteemed speakers. But before that, I would like to invite our esteemed rector, Professor Hadjigeorgiou, for the official welcome. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to Thessaloniki and the University of Macedonia. Is it working? Yes. To the Common Past Divided Memories Conference, a very nice event which has been jointly organized by the Department of Balkan, Slavic and Oriental Studies in our university, the Southwest University Neofit Rilski in Blagoevgrad, and the Balkan History Association based in Romania, if I'm not mistaken. Thessaloniki, a city that spans more than 2,300 years of history, provides an ideal setting for such a conference, for the discussions that we are going to have in the next few days. In a peculiar way, the timing is also great. The reason is that tomorrow, the Thessaloniki Metro will celebrate its opening for the public after a 2-decade wait. Even the Prime Minister will be here to press the button and launch the official start. During the construction of the metro, one of the largest scale archaeological excavations in Greece took place, and thousands of artifacts were identified and will be on display, primarily in the Hagia Sophia and the Venizelou metro stations. These artifacts expose multiple layers of urban life from different eras. What these antiquities underscore vividly is that Thessaloniki has been at the crossroads of multiple civilizations and multiple cultures. The passage and coexistence of civilizations in the same region, as culturally diverse and complex as Thessaloniki and the Balkans, is one of the reasons, certainly not the only one or the primary one, that gives rise to the diverse interpretations of common history, which resonates very well with the main theme of this conference. This gathering provides a unique opportunity to examine the intersections of history, memory, and identity, not only within the boundaries of academic work and research, but also as a means to better understand the narratives that shape our societies today. I am particularly honored to welcome excellent speakers from across the region who bring with them not only their expertise, but also a wealth of perspectives on topics spanning the entire spectrum of modern and contemporary history of Eastern and Southeastern Europe. The University of Macedonia is committed to fostering dialogue, promoting interdisciplinary research, and encouraging critical engagement with pressing historical and cultural issues without avoiding the risk which is associated with the study of divided memories. This conference exemplifies in a great manner these values, providing space for rigorous debate, mutual learning, and of course, a lot of collaboration. I would like to extend my gratitude to the members of the organizing and the scientific committee of the conference, and also thank all speakers and attendees of this great conference. I wish you a stimulating and productive conference. I also hope that you will enjoy the city of Thessaloniki, and why not enjoy a ride with a new driverless metro of the city. Thank you very much, and apologies for not being able to stay, as I have to return to my lecture right across the hall. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and your contribution to this conference. Now I would like to welcome and invite our esteemed speakers, Ms. Stamatia Fotiadou and Eleonora Naxidou from the Institute of Balkan Studies with Center for Thrakology at Democritus University of Thrace. Alexandru Simon from Romanian Academy Center of Transylvanian Studies, and Mr. Umit Eser from History Department of Nesmetin Erbakan University of Turkey. Dear speakers, the stage is yours. We are going to start with Ms. Stamatia Fotiadou and Eleonora Naxidou with the title Contested Paths of Memory and Legacy in Greek and Bulgarian Narratives. Thank you for being here. Κύριε Βλασίδη, αυτός είναι ο υπολογιστής που χρησιμοποιούμε για να κάνουμε την παρουσίαση. Δεν το ξέρω. Τις παρουσιάσεις. Να σας ρωτήσω γιατί είναι κάποιος στάνει για να... Ναι, εκείνο. Ωραία, οπότε.
Ο Σιμών είναι Zoom, έτσι. Δεν τον έχουμε σημειώσει εδώ, αλλά είναι Zoom.
Μετά από αυτό το ανακοινώσω.
Ναι. Ωραία.
Είναι
το ίδιο. Το αντιγράφω για να μην να πάρω το ίδιο ψηφιακάκι. Ορίστε. Υπάρχει κι άλλο. Εδώ. Πέσα. Τι. Οκ. Δεν πειράζει. Έχουμε και μικρόφωνο εδώ και υπάρχει και το μικρόφωνο αυτό βοηθητικό. Για το streaming είναι αυτό.
Θα αλλάζουν με τα βαλάκια ή...
Πού θα καθίσετε, θέλετε presenter?
Όχι, θα πατάμε.
Ωραία. Εντάξει. Καλή αρχή.
Δεν ξέρω, χρειάζονται και...
Δεν χρειάζεται, εντάξει.
Θα τις αλλάζεις εσύ, δεν θα πάω εγώ από εκεί. Μετά πρέπει να αλλάξουμε θέση μόνο. Good morning, everybody. We would like to thank the organizers and the scientific committee for this very interesting conference. And we would also like to thank them for the hospitality, and we wish good luck to the conference. Our presentation is entitled Contested Paths of Memory and Legacy in Greek and Bulgarian Narratives. Me and Stamatia Fotiadou will present these contested historiographic paradigms from Greece and Bulgaria, Bulgaria and Greece. The prevalence of national ideology in the 19th century Balkans led to the gradual collapse of the traditional value system, initiating a process of cultural divergence among Orthodox populations. This process aimed at cultivating national identities and transforming ethnic groups into national communities, initially undertaken by nationalist intelligentsia and later by the intellectual elites with the support of the political leadership of the newly formed nation states. This endeavor involved identifying or inventing and promoting those cultural traits unique to its nation to highlight its distinct cultural character. To this end, the creation of national narratives was one of the main strategies adopted in order to demonstrate national antiquity, continuity, and cultural homogeneity, thereby fostering internal cohesion and distinguishing each nation from the national other. In fact, This practice was an attempt to nationalize the past, in other words, to interpret it through a national lens. Thus, the creation of Balkan master narratives entailed the development of various versions of a shared past and common cultural heritage, each comprising different and sometimes conflicting interpretations of the same events. In this method of codifying the past, historical events retain their significance only insofar as the truths derived from them can be made relevant to the present, thus contributing to the formation of national identity. This presentation aims to examine this complex and intriguing phenomenon from Greek and Bulgarian perspectives in the 19th century, with a particular focus on the Archbishopric of Ohrid and its founder, Byzantine Emperor Basil II. The Bulgarian narrative. Within the Bulgarian national narrative, Byzantine Emperor Basil II, known as the Bulgar Slayer, is portrayed as a ruthless aggressor who subjugated the Bulgarian people. His reign at the turn of the 11th century was marked by prolonged and intense military engagements with the Bulgarian Tsar Samuel, culminating in the annexation of the Bulgarian state to the Byzantine Empire after the decisive confrontation at Kilidion in 1014, also referred to as the Battle of Belasica. Basil's victory is a point of reference not only because it determined the fate of a fierce conflict that lasted for nearly half a century, but also because it was followed by the cruel blinding of thousands of Bulgarian captives. In their narrative, Bulgarians emphasized their resistance against the Byzantine Empire in order to dissociate Bulgarian identity from the Byzantine legacy, particularly because of their alienation from the Patriarchate of Constantinople, which was seen as a Hellenized institution. More specifically, the intellectuals and activists of the Bulgarian revival sought not only political independence from Ottoman rule, but also cultural and religious emancipation from the Patriarchate of Constantinople, which they regarded as an oppressive force hindering Bulgarian national awakening and cultural development. The Patriarchate's close association with Greek cultural circles, along with the Greek appropriation of the Byzantine legacy, significantly influenced the shaping of the Bulgarian national narrative. Consequently, Byzantium was readily positioned as part of the other in the construction of Bulgarian national memory. However, the image of Basil II as a ruthless aggressor extended beyond the broader perception of Byzantium as the other. Not all Byzantine emperors are described as aggressors, even those who achieved significant victories over the Bulgarians. What distinguishes Basil is that he conquered the first Bulgarian state. As Mock argues, the presence of symbols of defeat within a national narrative plays an important role in shaping a nation's self-understanding, particularly in relation to its path toward revival. These symbols enable the narrative to highlight resilience by focusing on the nation's endurance. At the same time, they justify periods of decline by assigning blame to the external other, which reinforces national unity. However, the Bulgarian master narrative was confronted with a contradiction. Basil II was also the emperor who recognized the Church of Ohrid as an autonomous Bulgarian archbishopric after he had annexed the Bulgarian state to Byzantium. The ecclesiastical status of the Bulgarian lands was regulated by 3 imperial edicts. They confirmed that the archbishopric was in fact the Bulgarian church whose seat had been transferred from Dristor to Ohrid, the new capital of the Bulgarian state, when it was re-established by Samuel. Basil's arrangement, which verified the existence of a medieval Bulgarian church, could provide Bulgarians with a strong argument in their fight for ecclesiastical emancipation from the Patriarchate of Constantinople in the 19th century. More specifically, the Bulgarians seeking to justify their claim to ecclesiastical autonomy invoked the historical rights of the medieval churches of Tirnovo and especially Ohrid, because the latter had survived for a longer period, from the beginning of the 11th century until 1767. Their argumentation rested on 2 main points. First, these churches possessed a distinctly Bulgarian national character, and second, they had been abolished arbitrarily against ecclesiastical rules by the Patriarchate of Constantinople for reasons of self-interest. In this way, Basil's policies presented the Bulgarians with a dilemma. How could they perceive him in both a negative and positive manner? To resolve this contradiction, they employed the theory, later disproven, that the Archbishopric of Ohrid was actually the successor to the Archbishopric of Justiniana Prima, founded in the 6th century by Byzantine Emperor Justinian. By implying that Justiniana Prima was Bulgarian, they minimized or entirely ignored Basil's role in the ecclesiastical past. Furthermore, the fact that Justiniana Prima's autocephaly had been recognized by an ecclesiastical authority, Pope Vigilius, unlike that of the Archbishopric of Ohrid, was crucial for the Bulgarians in arguing that the Patriarchate of Constantinople had no jurisdiction over this church and therefore no right to cancel its autonomy. Well, and now the Greek...
Yes.
let's change
Do you want
it.
to change better? Yes.
No.
Will you slide the? Okay. So I will keep going with the Greek narrative now. Unlike Bulgarians, for Greeks, Byzantine culture and its legacy became crucial to the construction of their national narrative in order to support the idea of an uninterrupted historical continuity. After the establishment of the Greek kingdom in 1830, the intellectual elite aimed to link modern Greeks with ancient Greeks, demonstrating in this way the antiquity of the Greek nation. However, it was difficult to fill the chronological gap between the fall of the ancient Greek states to the Roman Empire in the 2nd century BC and the emergence of modern Greeks as a distinct national group with political sovereignty in the 19th century. The historical continuity of the Greek nation was finally restored, if we can say that, through the Hellenization of Byzantium. By appropriating the Byzantine legacy as inherently Greek, Vassil II was venerated as a heroic figure whose decisive victory over Samuel was viewed as a symbolic defense of Byzantine and, by extension, Greek cultural heritage. Moreover, his victory at Kilidion was interpreted as a triumph of Hellenism over Slavism. Within this context, Vassil's blinding of Samuel's soldiers was considered as a necessary measure to protect Hellenism from the growing threat of Slavic expansion. Moreover, the brutality of this act was justified as being consistent with both Byzantine law and European legal practices of the time. The gradual integration of Byzantium into the national continuum implicitly entailed, even if not explicitly stated, an acceptance of the Greek cultural character of its ecclesiastical institutions, including the Patriarchate of Constantinople, as well as all the autocephalous churches in the Byzantine territory. In this sense, the Greek identity of the Archbishopric of Ohrid, which was also identified with Justiniana Prima, was considered self-evident. Nevertheless, interest in the ecclesiastical part was limited due to the political orientation of the Greek national movement and partly as well the fact that the Church of the Greek nation, state, was declared autocephalous without the consent of the Patriarchate of Constantinople. In contrast, it was the Patriarchate of Constantinople which sought to demonstrate the Greek character of the Archbishopric of Ohrid in order to defend its refusal to grant the Bulgarians ecclesiastical autonomy. According to the patriarchal official view, the term Bulgaria in the title of the Archbishops of Ohrid should not be taken literally, as it did not denote ethnic character. It was a name given to the Church of Ohrid in the Middle Ages when it had temporarily fallen under Bulgarian rule. Despite the fact that the Bulgarians had soon after been defeated and driven away from the area by the Byzantine Emperor Vassil II, the name had remained. Moreover, the majority of the populations under the jurisdiction of the Church of Ohrid were Greeks, Albanians, and Vlachs who had common racial bonds. Although there appeared to be some Bulgarians, these in actuality were Bulgarian-speaking Greeks, as this could be determined by their nature and moral contact. In addition, church services were performed in the Greek language, and most of the archbishops were of Greek origins. As for the ecclesiastical status, the autocephaly granted to Justiniana Prima and later to the Archbishopric of Ohrid through the imperial decrees of Justinian and Vassil II was either not approved by an ecclesiastical council or was approved in violation of church canons, so that it was invalid. In this way, the patriarchal high clergy rejected both Bulgarian main arguments, which supported their claim for the creation of a separate national church. If we move now to the conclusions, through the comparative analysis of Vassil II and the Archbishopric of Ohrid as case studies, the mechanism by which Greek and Bulgarian national narratives interpret the past and create contested versions of history become evident. Both cases highlight a common approach to transforming historical events into symbols of memory, which shape national self-perception and define the relationship with the other. These narratives demonstrate how the past is shaped to foster national cohesion and convey the notion of national superiority or survival. Despite similarities in the way historical events are assimilated and elevated into symbolic landmarks of collective memory, the interpretations diverge significantly, reflecting the distinct objectives of each narrative. For the Greeks, Vassil II emerged as a central figure in the appropriation of Byzantine heritage, a process integral to asserting historical continuity and national pride. Illustrated as a heroic defender of Hellenism, Vassil II symbolized cultural and national superiority. His triumph over the Bulgarians were presented as acts of bravery and determination to preserve the Byzantine and implicitly Greek legacy. However, he was not praised for his ecclesiastical arrangement, that is the formation of the Archbishopric of Ohrid, because this decision was interpreted as opposing to the Greek national interests. Therefore, the Church of Ohrid holds no symbolic significance in the Greek narrative. As for the patriarchal narration, it focused on the fact that Vassil's ruling was against the church canons in order to invalidate the Bulgarian claims for ecclesiastical independence. Conversely, the Bulgarian narrative depicted Vassil II as a symbol of oppression, focusing on his role in the fall of the First Bulgarian state. Within this framework, Vassil II's image served to reinforce national unity and endurance. As for the Archbishopric of Ohrid, it became a key symbol. This was largely due to the fact that the Bulgarian national movement was both political and religious in nature, with the Patriarchate of Constantinople viewed as a primary adversary. However, Vassil's role in the confirmation of the Archbishopric's autonomy was ignored. These contrasting interpretations underscore the flexibility of historical memory and its role in shaping national identities. While both narratives employ similar ways to elevate the past, the meanings attributed to the same events reflect the divergent priorities and aspirations of each nation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for presenting such an interesting topic. Our next speaker is Mr. Alexandru Simon from Romanian Academy Center. His title is Kaloiannes in Anti-Ottoman Warfare, Frescos, Chronicles, and Needs. So we are going to have a Zoom meeting with Mr. Alexandru Simon. Mr. Simon, can you hear us?
Sorry?
Mr. Simon.
It will be via Zoom.
Okay. Εγώ δεν έχω κάποιο τηλέφωνο επικοινωνίας. Ο κύριος Βλασίδης είναι έξω.
Would you like to call him?
If it is possible, yes.
Yes, I will. Sorry, something happened. Could you please
We can continue with our with our last but not least. If you are ready, sir, we can continue with you.
sorry about that. Thank you very much.
Umit, Eser, conflicting representations all of Alafranga, French influence in the collective memory of the Ottoman literati. The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vasileiadis. I'm delighted to be here to talk to you to a reader by age about Alafranga in Italian or Alafranga representations in the late Ottoman period. How can I make it a slideshow? Can you see? Which one is the for slideshow option? Probably. If I would try to start the slide.
Okay, sorry, it's in Greek.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I can read, but I cannot understand.
I know, sir, sorry.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here again to talk to you a little bit about Alafranga representations in the late Ottoman period. I would like to start with a small vignette. On 25 January 1835, a grand ball in the Palace of England in Istanbul was attended by several pashas. The band of the Imperial Guards, composed entirely of Muslims, played quadrilles, waltzes, and cotillons. The commander-in-chief of the Ottoman army opened the ball by walking a polonaise with the French ambassadress. British guests could not help admiring the incredible celerity with which bottles of champagne and Bordeaux disappeared. The Ottoman capital had acquired a new identity in the 1830s as a metropolis of modernization. That year, Prince Miloš Obrenović of Serbia, on a visit to his suzerain in the Sultan in Istanbul, dropped his traditional Ottoman costume for the new fez and the Ottoman frock coat or stamburin. At dinner with the Grand Vizier, he had his first taste of French food and champagne. Aside for this political atmosphere, harbinger of Tanzimat, a reform period in the empire, the Ottoman encounter with the West actually had a longer history. The opening of permanent embassies in the Ottoman capital of Istanbul from the mid-16th century onwards shows that the empire was part of Europe in a diplomatic context. The first permanent French ambassador arrived at the Sublime Porte in 1535 after the anti-Habsburg French-Ottoman alliance. From that date onwards, the French ambassador had priority over other ambassadors. In Ottoman documents, the King of France was generally addressed as Padishah, just like Sultan, and exceptionally as the Kral, meaning king in Slavic languages. On the other hand, the French kings, who were aware of the titles they carried, such as Roi très chrétien and Fils aîné de l'Église, feared the reactions in Catholic Europe and stayed away from the written alliance agreement demanded by the Sublime Porte. This alliance of the Fleur-de-Lis and the Crescent became one of the permanent themes in European politics. From the 19th century onwards, French began to replace Persian as the second language among the Ottoman elites, particularly the literati. In the first half of this century, the establishment of new schools that taught in French and the influence of new students returning from Paris caused a cultural revolution in capital. In a short time, it became the language of military schools and the dispatches sent to the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the capital by the Ottoman diplomats abroad. This language, French, became so popular that by the beginning of the 20th century, there were around 6,000 words of French origin in Ottoman Turkish. Hanioglu gives some examples. Words such as avance, civil, console, journal, manteau, physiologique, and politique became commonplace in Ottoman political usage. Focusing on the two case studies from Ahmet Mithat and Aka Gündüz, this paper will portray the legacy and evolution of the characterization as a divided memory of Alafranga that continued to echo in the ego narratives, memoirs, and novels to be written since the late 19th and early 20th century. In this attempt, I intend to use primary sources such as Ottoman Turkish novels as well as archival documents. As this is a work, a modeling attempt in progress, I need to go through the sources again, but I still have a modeling scheme. In the 19th century, literacy in French came to the fore as a most sought after feature with trend of modernization in the Ottoman Empire, although writing skills in Ottoman Turkish were still considered important. This is what I call straightforward Alafranga discourse. Thus, the meanings that Ottoman intellectuals attributed to adapting to an Alafranga lifestyle may lead us to the illusion that this was a divergence between traditionalist and modernist Muslims. Their views, however, actually converged. Nonetheless, in the Ottoman context, the modernization and westernization do not mean the same. The late Ottoman history was imprinted by two impasses. The first impasse is, in my opinion, the fear of decentralization that came with the acceleration of reform efforts from 1839 through Tanzimat. And the second impasse is the intense violence against Ottoman Christians that began after the Balkan Wars in 1912-1913. Through Ottoman Christians, I would like to say that the Christians living in Anatolia, that is, Ottoman Greeks, Rooms, and Armenians. Both of these impasses brought on xenophobic, particularly anti-Western reactions. The inferred French way of life was equated with the Alafranga dandy of moral decadence in the late Ottoman period and reproduced as the protector of the internal enemy in the early Republican period. Therefore, it is not surprising that many of the French-educated Istanbul gentlemen became alienated from their own culture and were satirized in the first Turkish novels in the first impasse period. According to Parra, the author's didactical and interpretative tone of voice constantly intervenes in the narrative in the Tanzimat novels. This is my scheme for the Alafranga representations in the late Ottoman and early Republican novels. First impasse characteristical novel, prototypical novel is Fegatun Bey ve Rakım Efendi. Fegatun Bey and Rakım Efendi, two different characters symbolizing two different modernizations in this novel. It is no coincidence that Ahmet Mithat was the one who created the literary prototype of the Alafranga dandy. To condemn his Alafranga dandy Fegatun Bey and to better educate the masses, Ahmet Mithat thus relies on satire. The Alafranga dandies in Ahmet Mithat were parodied above all through their excessively westernized manner of behaving and speaking, that is, through their incongruous behavior. The old language they speak, a Turco-French, their westernized attire and manners, or their haughtiness in the face of, to quote, backward Turks, all served for the purpose of ridiculing those characters and, for that matter, to combat this tendency in society. In the front of this novel, we see Rakim Efendi sitting in his westernized attire, which yet protects his Ottoman identity with his face. However, it is worth noting that both the figures are in western attires, and what distinguishes them are nuances like the style of mustache, headgear, and the cut of their tambourines. The writer Ahmet Mithat, who had grown up in the artisan environment, absorbing the unique values of the guilds, approached the values defended by the ruling class of the Tanzimat in a critical manner and defended values such as economy, honesty, honesty and modesty specific to craftsmanship. A careful observation shows that Britain began to emerge as the preferred model of civilization in the writings of important figures of the young Ottoman movement like Ahmet Mithat. These intellectuals who found elements in British civilization that could make the Ottoman man more dynamic and revitalize him began to perceive the British man as an example of masculinity, diligence, will, and rationality. During this period, the average Frenchman, vice versa, was considered somewhat effeminate, passive, weak, and culturally associated with the palace tradition that was about to collapse. Indeed, everyday use, the term Alafranga simultaneously expressed change and the threat of a negative cultural infusion, and the word chic, taken from French, brought to mind an alienated fop like Valentin Bey. In line with these ideas, Ahmet Mithat, in the first impasse, was also making efforts to ensure that European customs and traditions were better and more accurately recognized, and thus that the modern Ottoman man could choose the behaviors he deemed appropriate for his role in society. To this end, in 1894, he published the first book of Ottoman literature on etiquette, Avrupa Adubu Muaşereti yahut Alafranga. Ahmet Mithat defined etiquette in Ottoman Turkish Adab-ı Muaşeret as practical knowledge of daily life, a kind of savoir-vivre, and criticized the Ottoman reformists. According to the author, these Ottoman reformers were blindly devoted to the idea that there was a single and universal set of rules that could melt all cultural differences and gather the entire Ottoman society around the idea of a free man. The abstract savoir-vivre cosmopolite he created with this idea was actually nothing more than the denial of all norms and canons traditional. This abstraction did not take into account the dynamics of daily life and the existence of various classes in society. While practicing etiquette, the Ottoman man should have known that there were British gentlemen in Europe who did not stray from the traditional values of their own society. Against the collapse of the Frenchified elite sector of society, which tied everything to material pleasures, Ahmet Mithat proposed the Ottoman military ethics and the entrepreneurial and normative conservatism of the British aristocracy and middle classes. During the Tanzimat period, efforts to modernize male authority by transforming the traditional head of the family into a responsible bourgeois were at a dead end when faced with the obstacle of individual identities belonging to community. Ahmet Mithat's Valentin Bey, the prototypical model, was soon followed by other Alafranga dandies. For example, Bihruz Bey in Recaizade Mahmut Ekrem's Araba Sevdası and Meftun Bey in Hüseyin Rahmi Günpınar's Şıp Sevdi. In this sense, it is noteworthy that instead of the effeminate male figure as the antithesis of modern masculinity, the image of the show-off, excessively and superficially modernized dandy was created. Stuck between the traditional and the modern, Ottoman intellectuals attributed the mission of representing the threat of social fabric's deterioration to this Alafranga dandy with his ridiculous behavior and deviant appearance. The comical Alafranga dandy figure is, in this regard, the offspring of a more cosmopolitan phase of the Ottoman Empire before the two wars fostered strong nationalistic sentiments. For second impasse, during the chaotic and violent dissolution of the empire, the collective memory of the Ottoman Muslim elites was weaved with paranoid beliefs, conspiracy, panics, and regimes of illusions against those who were perceived as threats to the existing political and social establishment. This is where we enter the second impasse and paradigm shift in the representation in the memory of the Ottoman literati. Bashing this imaginary figure, this Alafranga dandy, and its over-westernized local followers, calling them immoral, was a form of stigmatization in itself. Usually portrayed as a man in the previous period as a züppe, this comical Alafranga dandy figure in the novels shifts into a woman ready to betray her country by flirting with foreigners after the rise of nationalist sentiments in the 1910s. Especially during the Greco-Turkish War of 1919-1922, the Alafranga dandy loses comicality and becomes the Alafranga traitor. The authors of canonical texts of Kemalist nationalism, who claim to portray the total struggle of Anatolian people against the Ottoman Christians, depicted the non-Muslims in their oeuvres as outright enemies, while the French influence and the decadent Ottoman elites that followed it were marked as cultural enemies. The victory of the Kemalist army in September 1922 constituted one of the final episodes in the disintegration of the Ottoman society. This paved the way for Christian communities in Asia Minor to be attacked by irregular forces and the nationalist troops in retaliation for the early hostilities committed by the Greek troops. Smyrna, the main port city, was destroyed by a gargantuan fire, and the Ottoman Christian communities in Asia Minor, namely Orthodox Greeks and Armenians, were exposed to a series of systematic massacres and compelled to leave their hometowns. The first novel, the first literary work that features the Great Fire and the expulsion of the Ottoman Greeks, is a novel by written Aka Gündüz, Dikmen Yıldızı, and in this novel, two types of female characters emerge. First of them is a snobbish young woman named Nazlı, who deeply admires Western values to the point of decadence, and the other one, Yıldız, her idealized opposite. Yıldız's ambition, revanchism, and nationalism aim to legitimize the violence against the Ottoman Christians. Drawing on this dualist imagery, Aka Gündüz, the author of this text, creates a Manichaeist approach in his novel. On the other hand, Nazlı, type B, Alafranga Turk, with her caricature demeanor and use of language, was really different from the other type, type A. And her qualifications upset Yıldız, the other character, so much that she even doubts her friend's ethnic purity. To sum up these two different mothers, though it is and was felt in many different fashions depending on the historical contingencies of particular cultures, the experience of modernity may be asserted to have achieved a nearly universal sense of disorientation in the face of rapidly changing cultural, social, and political reality. The modern Ottoman literati of the Hamidian regime is a perfect expression of the tensions of such an experience of modernity, which was on the one hand progressive and modernist in its zeal towards novel forms of expression, and on the other hand anxious in his defense of the moral, social, and political values of the Ottoman ancien regime, which were on the brink of dissolution as they met with ideas and fashions of the West. To quote from Berman, to be modern is to live of paradox and contradiction. After the acceleration of destructive policies against non-Muslim communities in the 1910s, the restless and deceased memory from the past was depicted in the literary text of Ottoman literati as denialist and malicious towards everything traditional. Thank you very much for your interest and time.
Thank you so much, sir, for presenting a very interesting and important topic. Now I think we are having some technical issues regarding Alexandru Simon's Zoom meeting. Feel free we can be flexible, I guess. If you have any questions, there is a room for discussion now. We can talk to our speakers if there are any questions in order to save some time. I don't know, Mr. Karas, do you have any objections about that? Because, I mean, we can actually save some time here. Do you have any questions regarding the two topics of discussion? I can pass the microphone because I know that we don't have another one, portable. So, yes, please, yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Snezhana Dimitrova from Southwest University, Blagoevgrad. I have one question to our colleagues representing two narratives about the Bulgarian medieval period and conflicting memories. Could you please tell us on what kind of documents you are basing your studies and what kind of methodology have you used in a way to, because I'm absolutely sure that all that you represented here has been effect of the long-lasting studies, and however I am interested if it is only historiographical view or it is based on the kind of documents you did it your own research. And I have a question also to the Professor Smith. Could you please tell us also what kind of literature also you use? Because I'm really very interested in the period of Tanzimat, teaching all this, and how this French influence has changed, however, the mentality of Turkish elite, becoming from Ottomanism to Turkish elite. It is this influence ended after First World War or after Kemalist era? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, first of all.
Hello. Should I stand? How is it? Yes. Hello. So in our case, it's like mostly I can refer to my topic, which is the Bulgar Slayer. It follows a type of historiographical narration starting from the 19th century and extending onwards until the middle, 20th century. So this is how my methodology was formed, starting from Marindrinov's, moving on to Vassil Zlatarsky, then a bit afterwards to Petr Mutavchev. Of course, now in this topic, the time was not enough to present everything, and afterwards also it was improved or enriched, let's say, by commemorative sites. If you've seen in the PowerPoint presentation, yes. Because I realized that the Bulgar Slayer was a symbol of memory, commemoration, and defeat in the Bulgarian collective consciousness. Of course, he is not being represented in the narrative, but the Samuel and the Valentin soldiers are represented because he represents more of a figure of aggression in the Bulgarian narrative. And also it was extended to literature when it comes, yes, no, not to the school historical textbooks, but Dimitar Talev's, for example, the Pogibel, if I remember correctly. This covers the Bulgarian side, and for the Greek side, I also followed the same pattern. Like I also followed historiographical approaches, the same period, starting from the 19th century, extending onwards to the 20th century. And I also enriched in the same way, trying to see how Vassil the Bulgar Slayer is being represented in literature novels by Penelope Delta, for example, Ion Dragoumis, and stuff like that. I don't know if Professor Naxidou, do you want to add something?
Okay, well, thank you very much for the question. We focused in this presentation, we focused only in the period until 1878, until the creation of the Bulgarian Principality, and we studied all the texts, the historiographical texts only, not school books, and only official historiography, and we compared, we found very impressive, I would say, and very interesting contradictions and divergences between the historiographical, both the Greek and the Greek and the Bulgarian historiographic paradigm, and we are going to elaborate on that, of course, in the paper. We didn't present all our conclusions because both the Greek and the Bulgarian paradigm have divergences in themselves. This was just an overview of what we found. I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for these insightful double questions. My intention is to make a critical reading of two late 19th, early 20th century novels. And therefore I decided on two most typical examples, two most typical samples of the novels. First one is coming from the Ahmet Mithat. Ahmet Mithat tells many things about the Tanzimat prototypes, but for French influence, I can say that French influence continued to affect the Ottoman elites even after the Anglo-Turkish Ottoman commercial treaty in 1839. But in 1839, British influence started to gain ascendancy over the French influence. But this doesn't mean that the French influence stopped. French influence transformed to a kind of elitist discourse among the high strata of the Ottoman elites. By Ottoman elites, I would like to say that this is not only Ottoman Muslims. The Ottoman Christians and Jews too were influenced by this French influence. After 1870 Franco-Prussian War, another newcomer we encountered with another newcomer. This is German influence. But even after the Kemalist period, French influence over the Turkish elite continued thanks to its well-developed network of high schools in the major cities of Turkey.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other question? Yes.
I would like to pose a question to Mrs. Fotiadou and Naxidou. It's a little bit strange question. If I'm wondering if this evolving of the narratives and the heritage of the past is comparable in the Greek and Bulgarian historiography. We have different political influences and statuses in the previous decades, but right now that we are in the same world, let's say, do we have different approaches or the historiography evolving in the same way? Because we have discussed this issue with Eleonora in 2014 in Sofia University, and if there are some newcomers.
Yes, thank you for the question. Both historiographical narratives evolved, but not in the same way. due to political and socio-political and very different, generally different conditions in the Bulgarian and Greek states. They did evolve, but no, I don't think it's in the same way. For example, the Bulgar slayer Basil II was very much remembered during the Balkan Wars and World War I, but after that it was forgotten. He was forgotten. In the Bulgarian case, he is remembered after 1989, when the communist rule fell. He is remembered, and the trauma survives. But in the Greek case, after 1989, we mostly deal with the Macedonian issue and other figures, and Basil II is not useful, let's say, for the Greek historiographical narrative. Whereas it's not the same in the Bulgarian cases. For the Archbishopric of Ohrid, it is forgotten in both narratives, I think. After, yes, in the 20th century, it is mostly forgotten.
Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you very much for the presenters for the interesting presentations. I have a question to Mrs. Fotiadou and Naxidou. I was wondering whether when you are looking at the narratives, you looked at the historical development of the Bulgarian Orthodox Church and the various stages it went through, because it did become an independent church, but it did lose its independence several times, and in the different stages, Bulgarians are actually trying to get this independency back in order to have the sermons in Bulgarian. And after the 1416, it wasn't independent again. It was actually the Constantinople patriarch who was the figure for all the Orthodox churches. So all Bulgarian language fell through almost everywhere. So the whole revival was based on getting this independence back and getting the Bulgarian language back in the church. And it was during that time, in the 18th century, as you mentioned, that nationalism started to become more prominent. This is also a time when the religious and political came together in both places, so we were fighting to get this back.
Thank you. Yes, this is more of a comment, I guess, not really a question. Yes, we both agree, I think, yes. The Archbishopric of Ohrid was relevant to the Bulgarian historiographical paradigm, mainly in this period of the revival. After that, the Bulgarian church followed another path. It was independent, although not recognized by the Patriarchate of Constantinople, but the Archbishopric, recalling the Archbishopric of Ohrid, was not useful to them anymore because they fought for different, for uncalling the schisma and so on. It was a different situation.
Hello, thank you very much. I'd like to ask Mr. Umit Eser a question, and it has to do with the word Alafranga, which you have here. At least, I don't know Turkish, I apologize for this, but in Greek it has a connotation of time. So it has to do with Gregorian, with the difference between the Julian and the Gregorian calendar, and what calendar is being followed. So whether you follow the Alafranga calendar or the older calendar. And so my question is actually about Alafranga in general. Does it only denote the French? Because we have things like frangosko in Greek, which is a type of fruit. It's a bad type of fruit, which is why it's called the Frankish fruit. And this word comes up in various connotations, and it's broader than France. and particularly this connection with time. I don't know if it appears in Turkish at all. That's my question.
Thank you very much for this insightful question, Professor Karas. When I read the novels, I noticed this. The use of different calendars. In Dikmen Yıldızı, the second novel, published in 1928, the traditional Muslims continued to use Hijri Takvim, and they defined the dates on very typical Islamic connotations. Hijra, Muhammad's migration to Medina. But the westernized people, even in the 1830s, they started to use the Gregorian calendar. And for Armenians and Greeks, it's Julian. This is the timing aspect of the Alafranga, but to be Alafranga in Ottoman novels does not mean only to be in time with to be same time, to be simultaneous with the West. It also meant that the sharing the same habits, customs, values with the West. This extends from decorating to house, to their habits such as makeup to perfuming. What was the other question there?
I think you answered it. It was about Alafranga and all the connotations of the term.
I think there was not an older connotation.
Does it have always a positive or negative?
It's definitely negative. To be Alafranga, it is definitely negative. But this negativism proceeds on two different axes. In the first impasse during the Tanzimat period, this axis is very sexist. If a gentleman is Alafranga, this means that he is not capable of doing a man's task. In the second axis, which started in the 1910s after the Balkan Wars, a hatred towards Ottoman Christians in Anatolia, particularly Ottoman Greeks, Romans, and Armenians directed. This axis is really nationalist, and it aims to exclude them. And the prototype also changes. Prototype becomes a female figure, and it is called, it is not hoppa, züppe, but hoppa, showing, revealing its female characteristics and its readiness to collaborate with the foreigners. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes.
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much for your very inspiring. Three of us really made us to rethink some things. But I'm not specialist in the medieval history, but I'm very interested in the mythology. And when I'm listening to your paper, all the time I thought about if the national narratives, they are so homogeneous, they looks like, or there is a kind of fine distinction between the national narratives in the specific political context. For example, there is, I think so, it's very interesting to follow how it is, there is the distinction, where is the divergence between bourgeois, communist, reformist, communist discourses on that. That's why for me it's really, and I'm sure that all of this I will read in your paper when it will be published. That's why thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I'm so much.
Is the question to
It's okay.
Okay. So.
I hope that you have also one axis from the female in
movement of Alafranga. Yeah, I think that it will be very interesting access there because they are schooling the girls at Tanzimat, no?
Yes, but considering the literacy rate was always low in the Ottoman Empire at the beginning of the Republic in 1927, the first census gives a record of 13%, even in the major cities. So it might be
difficult to find this.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It's so interesting. Thank you.
Thank you for this interesting discussion. Now I'm going to invite and introduce Ms. Snezana Dimitrova, professor of Southwest University. Associate professor, excuse me. In order to present the topic with the title Kaloiannes and Anti-Ottoman Warfare, Frescos, Chronicles and Needs on behalf of Alexandru Simon, because we had some technical difficulties. Thank you so much.
It's absolutely how to say, how to open it. It's here.
Okay, let me help you. Yes.
Okay.
And sorry, miss. And with the arrows, you can go back and forth.
Oh, okay. Really sorry for being in front of you because clearly I'm not Alexandru Simon and clearly I'm not specialist in the topic I will be represented. But in respect for you, for Alexandru, who tried to connect several times but something happened, I don't know what exactly, I will try only to present his paper. He sent it right now. You see, Alexandru Simon, he is our colleague from Cluj University. He is a senior researcher and the Department of Transylvanian Studies, and he is specialist in Byzantine history and medieval history. He is also art historian. Interested in the contradiction of legacy, as all of us we are interested in, as I seen this morning. So I'm okay. Introduction. You see the voivode of the water. The term requires some explanation. You can see all. It is derived from a recurring German title. You see, used in connection to Lower and Mid-Danube areas. The title and the lands tied to it is closely connected to the first rulers of medieval Wallachia, also it seems named also Bessarabia. As to Kaloiannes, he probably needs to more introduction. Most of the sources presented here are known. Additionally, the items under analysis were also politically relevant in the 1930s or in the 1970s, for instance. Consequently, the importance of the lesser term, i.e., the voivode of the water, increases artificially or naturally. In 1907, Nicolae Iorga published the Wallachian references in Jacob Unrest's chronic, focused around the figure of the Wallachia. In 1937, he returned to the topic and even presumpted that Unrest's work drew on Chronicle of Wallachian Greek. The question of this later attracted the attention of various scholars such as Stefan Andrescu, 1976, or Adolf Armbruster, 1991, and Alexandru Chouchtlan, 2010, who produced new German evidences on the usage of Wasserweide, voivode of the water. They all, however, upheld Iorga's interpretive lines. Oh no, sorry. So, as he's probably put here Wallachia, Bulgaria, Bosnia, Serbia, the Kingdom of Hungary, how has been represented in this sculpture. And now, passage from the funeral option of Peter Schuschmidt for the errant king knight Frederick of Kruzbach. Probably who are specialists can understand what about he spoke. He speaks, for me it's very, very difficult, but I hope you are following his ideas.
The voivode of the water in question was obviously Alexander of Wallachia. He was both the enemy and the vassal of Louis I of Anjou, King of Hungary, previously loyally served by Frederick of Kreisbach, nowadays Fjordrorokos. Kreisbach on the western border of Hungary. You can see also the line of the beginning of the fourth century of the new political line. After Chronicle of the city of Habsburg, you can also, what is his idea here, you can saw it. The passage previously eluded scholarly attention, possibly because it was later used in a more famous chronicle of the city of Augsburg. The voivode of the water, or Hungary furthermore, in question was John Horvaty, Ban of Mastro, who on July 25, 1386 attacked Queen Elizabeth and Mary and the Palatine of Hungary, Nicholas I. The Banat of Mastro, in object of lasting controversy, is a controversy. The association between Machva and the Danubian, we must now add, voivode of the water, increases the complexity of the said Banat. Really sorry, but however you can have some idea what about his representation. The Banat of Machva. He is in Hungarian, I can't, no, in Latin, sorry. Passage from the Austrian Chronicle. You can see probably unrest on the anti-Ottoman victory of Stefan III, the Great of Moldavia, with the aid of Basarab III. And after them from Basar to Basarab, probably how the name changed to Basarabia. All German evidences come from lands and borderlands of the Danube, Austria, Bavaria, Carinthia. In spite of all sources available at his time and this time, plus the irritant knight Frederick was an hero in millennium Hungary, Nicolae Iorga postulated rather than concluded in 1937 that Wasserweide, so voivode of water, stood not for voivode of the water, but for Basarab voivode. It was quite known that in German B changes to P and vice versa, not to Y, not to be mistaken with V versus F, Papst, Babst, Babst, Pope. You have seen all these linguistic arguments here. Nevertheless, Jorge, who also had a German PhD, defended in Leipzig, 1893, did not even take into account these very common cases in which B was turned into P and certainly not into W. At that time, in the 1930s, it was equally self-evident, so to say, that such a title required control over both banks of the Mid and Lower Danube, that is, over Romanian and Bulgarian territory in 1937. Here. It's a Roman divided between Wallachia and Bulgaria, Ottoman Empire in 1475. In November 1474, Stefan III of Moldavia had acknowledged the authority of Pope Sixtus. The document was published by Jorge II. The Second Bulgarian Empire, conquered by the Ottoman Emirate in the 1390s, was a historical and historiographical monument of the clash between the papas and the Great Church, even while in exile in Nicaea. The papacy, represented in the Bulgarian realm by the Roman blocks, led by young Kaloiannes, had lost the day during the reign of Ioannis II. Immediately after the repeated failure of Mehmet Story against Stefan III, in Ottoman Bulgaria, churches were allowed to be rebuilt and painted in the Byzantine era. The frescoes had drawn the attention of André Graber, La peinture religieuse en Bulgarie, 1928, edited in Paris, and admirer of Yorga. And Graber studied l'origine des façades peintes des églises moldaves. Il mélange offert par M. Nicolas Yorga par ses amis de France et des pays de langue française, Jacques Ancel. Plus, after 1472, Ottoman scholar Firde Shurumi listed the Wallachians, Laks, and Flaki among the people of North fantasized by the Pope. Probably this is very interesting. For me, I find it very interesting. You see, we sent crashes the traitors Latin Imperial of Dragalevci near Sofia. Dragalevci Monastir near Sofia. Some sort of conclusions. In addition to the Wallachia-Bulgarian medieval implication of the title, Voivod of the Water, attention should be paid to the early modern voivods of the water, Visi, Najadus, Vaidak, who emerged after the last mention of Ban of Machva in the late 1470s, and especially after the Ottoman conquest of Belgrade in 1521 and the Battle of Mohacs in 1526, followed by the double royal Hungarian election. John Hunyadi, as voivod of the Danube, Hunyadi, as voivod of the Danube, in famous post-Kosovo Pole 1448 correspondence between Serbian despot George Brankovic and the regent of Hungary. The lower Danube as the Wallachian-Bulgarian border, considering, for instance, the rule of Ioan Asen IV, Tsar of Preslav, in the late 1340s, early 1350s, the authority of the Latin Rite Archbishopric of Preslav that covered within its Latin Rite bishopric in 1365. Dracula's Danube campaign of 1462, or the land of the Roman Vlachs in the Vicinity of Nicopolis in 1499. Last but not least, the origins of the Nubian voivodal title, Western or Eastern, due also to the oldest mention of the title in relation to the 1350s in Eastern Tartar, origin is more plausible. From the 1920s onwards, the Tartar power had controlled the lower Danube. Sorry for it, I can present it, you can have one idea. I hope all of us will read the paper of our colleagues. Thank you very much, and sorry.
Thank you everyone for being here. I'm gonna call the end of this session, and we can have a short break. 50 minutes, yes, 50 to 20 minutes break. Thank you so much for being here.
memory fails. Please, John Mazis. Professor Mazis, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for your participation. The ground is yours.
Oh, I'm on? I'm first? Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, Professor Sabev is not available right now, so we made a slight change in our program.
No problem. Thank you for having me. I wish I was there, but traveling over Thanksgiving in the United States is not the best of experiences. My presentation today has the title, When Memory Fails, Things Did Not Happen the Way We Remember Them. As you very well know, there are some casual and maybe some not so casual comments about history that are repeated so often as to have become cliches. For instance, histories, the lessons of history. One wonders sometimes what those lessons are, since we seem to not be learning them and keep repeating the same mistakes again and again. Another cliche is history repeats itself. Well, maybe that is true, given the result of the latest elections in the United States of America, although one hopes that Marx was right and history repeats itself first as a tragedy and then as a farce, rather than first as a farce and then as a tragedy. That remains to be seen. And of course, the idea of historical memory. This is something we keep referring to again and again. Of course, there is the personal historical memory that some of us have on a personal level, which is important to us, but I'm not sure how important it is for the in general. The other one, of course, is the official historical memory, usually prescribed in non-democratic regimes by those in power, where they determine what the official historical memory is, and everybody has to adhere to it. And woe to the poor historian or other scholar who dares to deviate from that and present an alternative. They risk their professional career, and quite often, as we have seen in the past, life and limb literally. But what about historical memory in democratic countries? In countries where, officially at least, the government does not prescribe a particular historical memory. Well, even there, I would argue that we have, if not official memory, at least a generally accepted memory. From the time those countries become independent or organized, there is understood that there is the right kind of historical memory pertaining to the genesis of the nation and the way it has evolved. To be sure, everybody's free to voice their opinion, but at the same time, historians, teachers, scholars know very well that if they want to be hired or promoted or receive tenure or published in a reputable from a reputable publishing house, they better adhere to that unofficial official memory. And particularly when it comes to textbooks and scholarly works, everybody walks on the same way if they want to get ahead. And again, maybe Napoleon Bonaparte was right when he said, if he said it, that history is a set of lies agreed upon. In the Balkans, this is kind of this official, unofficial historical memory started almost from the beginning. The Balkan countries became independent in the 19th century at the height of the school of history, the nationalist school of history, which tended to put the state, the nation, its people in a pedestal and present a particular historical development of that country. This is, for my purposes, I'm focusing on the so-called Macedonian struggle for Macedonia. It is the result of the work I've done for quite a few years now, focusing on the two individuals that I'm sure are well known to all of you, Ion Dragoumis, and to a lesser extent known Athanasios Nikolaidis. Those guys are involved in one way or another in the struggle for Macedonia, and of course the official, unofficial memory, historical memory of the event is that this was a fight where mainly between the Greeks and the Bulgarians, but at the end of the day, it was a case of everybody was against everybody else. And this was a zero-sum game, and nobody will dare compromise because, of course, our national heroes never compromise on national issues. In that narrative, the historical memory portrays the partisans of one cause as heroic protectors of the population against the unjust and murderous actions of the other side. In other words, our people, our guerrillas, Makedonomachi for the Greeks, Komitaji for the Bulgarians, were freedom fighters, while those of the other side were terrorists. Historical memory in this case is rather absolute. We are good, they are evil. There's only black and white, and there is no place for gray in between. And now, quite often people who present or deviate from that narrative are portrayed as not nationalistic enough, not patriotic enough, not sufficiently believers in the idea of that particular nation, or in later times as left-wing propagandists or left-wing scholars whose work is revisionist in the worst possible sense of that term. But what happens when we see two people in this particular case, Sliodis Nikolaidis and Ion Dragoumis, icons, particularly Dragoumis, icons of the Greek historical national narrative, deviating from this idea of the uncompromising patriot and are looking for some kind of rapprochement with the other side. The most famous case of that, of course, is the so-called Anatoliki idea, Eastern idea, which aims towards the creation of Anatoliki Omospondia, an Eastern Federation. This is not the place to analyze this too much, but in general, both Dragoumis and Athanasios Nikolaidis, looking at realities on the ground in Macedonia, realize that the people of that area are so intertwined, the different nationalities, the different people are so intertwined that to absorb one or all of Macedonia into Greece might create more problems in the future that we would solve. It will mean incorporating in the small Greek state a large number of minorities that could and will indeed present problems in the future. And I must say something here. While both of those guys had extremist ideas sometimes, the idea of perpetrating something that we'll call today ethnic cleansing or something like that never really crossed their minds. So since Greece cannot really absorb the people of that area, what is the alternative? The Eastern Federation, creating a federal state to encompass most of the Balkans and parts of Anatolia. This idea is kicked around for many years. So as years go by, who is going to be in and who is going to be out kind of changes, and create a large state that will be able to, first of all, stop the infighting within the different people, but also become a strong state that will be able to push against the outside the outside influences. This idea, of course, it is interesting that it is not as well known today, or I should say, it is well known within a certain circle, that is, people like us, scholars who deal with issues of that nature, but it is not as well known, I would dare say, among the wider public. Ion Dragoumis remained the uncompromised patriot who is not going to give an inch of what Greeks believe it's Greek land. It would be anathema to portray him as such. Indeed, by highlighting the Eastern idea, one could do damage to the whole cause, so to speak, because then you recognize that your opponent has at least some legitimate claims in the same general area, and that for the historical narrative is, of course, unacceptable. Now, this idea, one could claim, rightly so, of being a utopian one, unrealistic, impractical, and indeed it was, and it never came to be. But the important thing to keep in mind here is that the idea of an Eastern Federation, utopian as it might have been, contradicts the historical memory, which sees the Greeks, and particularly the Ottoman Turks, as eternal enemies, without any possibility of cooperation among the two. And to have, again, I'm harping on that theme, but it is important, I think, to have somebody like Ion Dragoumis thinking seriously in his mind about it contradicts that other general picture. Now, where I think things differ a little bit is in this matter. Ion Dragoumis, in his view, in his way of thinking, if and when the Eastern Federation was going to materialize, it would be a union of people, a federation of people to be sure, but at the same time, the Greeks would be the leading element. It would be a way for the Greeks, numerically smaller, to more or less dominate what we used to call the Near East. Here is where the story changes, because that is not the exact idea that his best friend and collaborator Athanasios Nikolaidis had. Nikolaidis, like Dragoumis, have spent time in Ottoman Macedonia, principally in Thessaloniki, and he started by believing in more or less in the same vision of the Eastern Federation. However, he deviated over a period of years. We've seen his writings as time went by. His ideas about the Eastern Federation and the people of the general area that we call Balkans change. And I attribute that to a number of particular life events. Silios Nikolaidis was born and raised in Athens, but he spent a couple of years as a young lieutenant stationed in the countryside, in rural Greece. In general, I believe a little bit north of Aghrinion today, in that area, close to the Greco-Ottoman borders at the time. And he had the unique opportunity for a man of his position to observe the Greek farmers and people who live in the countryside up close. And that was something that stayed with him. And while working undercover in Thessaloniki, and again, I'm not going to go into detail about his work there, but while working in Thessaloniki there, he had a couple of very interesting experiences. Before I say that, it is also important to note that everybody who has dealt, or who have studied, I should say, the life of Silios Nikolaidis, came to the conclusion that he was, for lack of a better term, a tough customer. For instance, Thanos Veremis and John Koliopoulos, who wrote about him, they characterize him as strong character, a strong person, while Diogenes Xanalatos calls him a violent man, and not a man prone to violence, but willing to use it to achieve his ends. One thinks of the old cliche of him, Seleucus Nikolaidis, being the Greek version of a man in blood and iron. In other words, this is not a romantic personality that is easily led astray by ideas or even feelings. And yet, when you see him closely, you realize he was a much more thoughtful man than he's been portrayed. When I first started working on him, I thought of him as a collaborator of Dragoumis, in the sense of he was the hand that held the sword and Dragoumis was the brains. That is not the case. He was a thoughtful man, a man willing to examine some of his own closely held beliefs. Two experiences he had in Thessaloniki are important. One day he saw a man being hanging. He was hanged from a tree or a lamppost or something by the Ottoman authorities for some kind of activity. As he approaches and he observes the body, there's a sign, I believe, hanging from the guy's or attached to his body in any case, in Ottoman Turkish, which he did not, Seleucus Nikolaidis could not read, but by observing the body, he came to the conclusion that this was a Greek, only to be told that this was not a Greek, but rather he was a Komitadji. And that really made him thinking that those two people that are supposed to be enemies and opponents of each other are really very much...
Our last 3 minutes.
How many?
3 minutes only.
Okay. And then he saw a woman crying over that dead body. And again, she reminds him, she was a Bulgarian, a Macedonian, whatever you want to call her, she was a Slavic woman. And that made him think of the Greek women he'd seen in the countryside. And again, made him think that there was more in common than separated the two people. And that started him in a way of thinking, in a heretical, I should say, something that if he was to share publicly, he would get pilloried all over Greece and elsewhere. This idea that the soil, the environment of the Balkans have created an Eastern type of person. Indeed, he called it an Eastern race, not a race in the DNA sense, but race in the environmental sense. And he thought that this Eastern Federation should be more of a union of equals rather than domination by one over another. He really believed that this Eastern race could populate this new country. And when he was talking, I mean, he was well aware, of course, that there were other cultural differences, but he wanted to focus on the similarities and particularly how those various people have developed under the Ottoman regime and how they have become, as I said, much more equal or the same than different. As you can imagine, this idea could not be shared with anyone at this time. So it is clear from the above that both Theon Dragoumis, but especially Seleucus Nikolaidis, experienced an ideological change while serving the Greek Identities goals. A change that in the case of the latter was so profound as to put his ideas, I believe, beyond the pale of Greek nationalist discourse. Modern historical memory in Greece, for certain, has forgotten or chose to ignore or never knew or hide such ideological changes. National heroes remain in the popular imagination and beyond unchanged, dedicated to the cause oblivious to compromise and changes that might dilute their commitment. Now, the above cases I explained to you are really small footnotes in history. One could say insignificant footnotes in history, but at the same time are important. The plans that those two were thinking about to put into practice were unrealistic. Nevertheless, the fact that they are contemplated by well-known figures of the Greek side of the struggle for Macedonia deserves further study. I think study that challenges the accepted, official, unofficial historical memories, both in Greece and elsewhere in the Balkans, and might reveal that our assessment of that era needs to be reevaluated or maybe even revised.
Thank you very much, Professor Mazis, for showing us these these thoughts. Our second presenter is Dr. Ayşe Baydar from Kastamonu University. After completing her PhD at SOAS in London, she started to teach there. Her presentation's title is The Making of an Alternative Hero, the Myth of Rashid Pasha as a Nostalgic Account of the Past.
Thank you for everyone being here and the committee, organizing committee for this great event and bringing us together.
Microphone is here.
Okay.
Get me out of the way.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Just a second.
Do you need some help?
It was ready, but someone closed it.
Okay.
It's coming. So again, thanks for coming today. I'm talking about the historiography after giving some background information about the issue. And I guess it's
Not this one, I guess. Or maybe previous one.
It was open, but someone closed it and it's
Unfortunately, yeah, it happened.
Check it's in downloads.
Which one? No.
It's in downloads. No, not this one.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Close.
Presentation.
Yeah, it's better.
Don't close it.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks again. Okay, great. Now I can start. So yeah, my topic is
Okay, maybe you should start because our time is.
Losing time. So my topic is again about the historiography. I'm using Rashid Pasha as a case study of collective remembrance. So he is a good example of divided memories because for some people, for some historians, he is symbolic figure of Armenian massacre during 1915. As it was claimed, he protected the Armenians as a governor of Kastamonu. By the way, it's also my university, that's why I chose this topic. So Rashid Pasha was born in 1868, and he was a proper unionist. He was part of the revolution, unionist revolution in 1908, and an important public figure of CUP. And he was the governor of Kastamonu between 1913 to 1915, of course, which was the year the massacre happened. And Rashid Pasha gained the attention of the historians, as it was believed that in 1915 he resisted the orders of the Central of CUP to get the Armenians. So basically the CUP sent the order to the governors to collect the Armenians in their own city and send them to Çankırı, which is a neighboring city. But it was believed that he refused this order, and he didn't send any Armenian, and it was said that he said, you can see it on the screen, "I will not stain my hands with blood." Tele-education was the first historian who made this claim, and then there was almost an academic consensus on that. And the governor of Kastamonu was the savior of the Armenians for the Armenian community. In their Facebook accounts and in their memorials, you can see many narratives about him as a savior, as an angel of the Armenians. But another well-known historian, Fuat Dündar, states that there was not enough evidence about him protecting Armenians. And in fact, on the contrary, he had good terms with CUP. And after being the governor of Kastamonu, he was actually got appointed in a higher ranking position. So this means that it was not possible that he refused any order of CUP, because in this way, he would have been not in the state office position. So in this sense, he's a controversial figure in between two arguments. One claims that he did not send any Armenian to deportation, and the other believed that he was part of CUP state office. He's part of CUP through the whole process, an ordinary state officer, and did not protect the Armenians. Here, of course, we should remember even if Rashid Pasha was not a protector of the Armenians, there are some governors like Konya, Celal Bey, who even sacrificed himself for the Armenians and refused the CUP orders. There are some, like a few of them. But he...
Kept an hour of conversation, and I want to see how it will go there. I am listening to that. Yeah, it is a little terrible, but yeah. I'm not saying what's happening.
Apologies.
Mute. Okay, you can continue.
Okay. So, in Konya, there are Celal Bey. We know that it was not a controversial figure like Rashid Pasha. We know that Celal Bey helped the Armenians, but also in Aydın, in the city of Aydın, there is Rahmi Bey, for example, the governor Rahmi Bey, who helped the Armenians, but in return for financial benefits. So it's more complicated, actually. There are people who don't help. There are people who help, but to get some gain out of it. But here I'm asking, is it really enough bureaucrats to create a collective opposition against the CUP orders? In fact, it's hard to say yes, because the zeitgeist was so anti-Christian, it was not really possible to be pro-Christian as a governor. Here I'm just quickly talking about the background issue and then move to the historiography. Okay, so the wave of violence started long before the 1915, actually. That's why it's so hard to be pro-Christian as a state officer, because even before the CUP itself, during the Abdülhamit II, and he was an Islamist, by the way, not a Turkish nationalist. In 1895, there was a massacre against the Armenians, and already almost 500,000 Armenians were killed back then. Imagine, before CUP. And this was done by the local people, by the neighbors of the Armenians themselves, not by the state officers or the soldiers. And why this happened, here I'm just going quickly show my archival search, just so that you get an idea. Of course, it's in Turkish, but these are all the documents in the same year about the Armenians and the state correspondence with the local officers about the Armenian issues. And most of them are about how Armenians poison the city water, or how Armenians are getting armed to attack the Turks, or the Turkish people also getting prepared for that, blah blah. So it was a really chaotic time, and the hatred accelerated such a level that in just Antep, in the city of my research, 200,000 Armenians were killed by their neighbors at the end of the year of 1869. And when we came to the Balkan Wars in 1912, it was another story, of course. The Ottoman Empire lost the whole Balkan region after 500 years, and it was a shock, quite a bit of shock and a trauma for the Ottoman intellectuals, and they became more and more aggressive Turkish nationalists and very anti-Christian. And Anatolia was seen as the last stand or last land of the Turks, which has to be protected, which has to be saved by from the Christians, because the Christians now, of course, the inner enemies. Yeah, it's okay. Okay. As I said, I mean, after this background information, I'm trying to say it was really It was really tough for a state officer to be, as I said, pro-Armenian. Another example of my research, I also this was about Rashid Pasha. When Rashid Pasha was the governor, this was a newspaper of the city of Kastamonu, and I searched for the whole period. I go through the whole newspaper, and I didn't come across any news about Rashid Pasha protecting the Armenians or making any statement about the Armenians. But here I move to the historiography part, and I'm saying the question here maybe should not be the evidences if they really helped the Armenians or not, what really happened. The question should be what they symbolizes. I mean, because all these created heroes, anti-nationalist heroes like Rashid Pasha and Celal Pasha, they symbolize something, a longing for the peaceful times, a longing for the solidarity between the Ottoman Muslims and the Ottoman Christians. In terms of historiography, I'm focusing with my presentation, I'm focusing on how this helped to create a common memory of the Ottomans in general, not only the Armenians, not only the Turks, because in national historiography there are fragmented stories. The Armenian story, the Turkish story. The Turkish nationalist story says they treated the Turks, their Turkish brothers, they allied with the Russians, so they are the inner enemies and they had to be destroyed. That's the Turkish part of the story, and the Armenian part of the story obviously is very tragic. But Rashid Pasha and I need a little bit more than that. Rashid Pasha and other governors who helped the Armenians more or less, they symbolizing this solidarity. And here I'm saying it can be history in action to create a more holistic vision of the Ottoman memory and experience of the late Ottoman Empire. Just a second, that's, yeah. So for example, it's another example, not in my presentation, but just to apply this historical approach to other issues as well. For example, Greco-Turkish War, it's just one single event, but there are so many different options to read it. For the Greek case, it was called as Asia Minor catastrophe, while the Turkish nation's history read it as the Great Victory, of course. So, do we have some?
Yes.
Okay, just a conclusion. Yeah, so we can use history here as a tool. Through these anti-national heroes, we can hold on to a new tradition. We can create a new tradition, almost like a third voice of a collective memory of the past of the late Ottoman Empire, and we can, in fact, focus on the shared history of the chaotic time of the Ottoman Empire. Thank you.
Many thanks for your presentation on this very controversial figure in the late Ottoman period. The third presenter is Erkiat Kayo, who is a doctoral fellow in global history at the University of Pavia. His presentation's title is War, Memory and Identity, Greek and Albanian Divided Memories on Northern Epirus. Is that maybe close it down.
Thank you for your kind presentation. Now, I prepared a PowerPoint presentation, but apparently I forgot my USB stick. So you have to hear out what I was going without imagining the pictures. I prepared and everything from the archives.
Worries.
So anyway, today my presentation is about war, memory and identity. It has 3 axes. There will be an introduction, a little bit more theoretical, and then I will introduce the case study, and finally some conclusions will follow. So be patient. Now, earlier this month, Thessaloniki became the stage for an interesting statement by Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama. He dismissed the term Northern Epirus with striking finality. He remarked that, and I quote, "Northern Epirus is a dead term. Over time, it has withered along with all the dreams of those clinging to it. Anyone using this term for Southern Albania refuses to live in the 21st century. They are fossils, and it is a shame." End of the quote. Rama's remarks encapsulate the contentious and fragile nature of historical memory, a realm as fractured and embattled as the territorial disputes it often seeks to justify. Memory, like truth, relativist philosophers would say, it's neither universal nor fixed. It is malleable, relative, and fiercely contested. This is evident in the immediate response that triggers from Athens, which countered with a firm reminder of the enduring significance of the issue. Greek diplomatic sources emphasize that, and I quote, "History cannot be erased and keeps alive the demand for full respect by Albania for the right of the Greek national minority." Now, the juxtaposition of these statements underline how memory operates both as a weapon and the battlefield, shaping contemporary political discourse as much as it reflects the unresolved tensions of the past. This dynamic is especially evident in the case of Epirus, historically part of the Ottoman vilayet of Ioannina, or Ioannina in Greek, Ioannina in Albanian, a region whose diverse population of Albanians, Greeks, Jews, Turks, Blacks, and I apologize if I forgot someone, lived side by side for centuries. Their coexistence, though never without tensions and frictions, but still nonetheless largely peaceful until the rise of nationalism in the 19th century and early 20th century. An ideology that, as a scholar has suggested, calls on people to identify the interests of their national group and to support the creation of a state to support those interests. It appears this ideology transformed the culturally rich and pluralistic region into a contested borderland. What was once a mosaic of ethnic, linguistic, and religious diversity became the site of violent clashes as competing visions of Greek and Albanian nationhood sought to claim the region as an integral part of their respective motherlands. In borderlands like Epirus, diversity often gives way to hostility during periods of conflict. As another scholar has noted, and I quote, "In the borderlands, diverse population may coexist for long stretches of time only to have harmony ruptured by episodes of violence. The Balkan Wars of 1912-1913 epitomized this rupture. These wars, which marked the collapse of the Ottoman rule in the Balkans, also saw the emergence of the Albanian nation-state in November 1912. Yet Albania's existence remained precarious, as its borders were undefined and its territory was targeted by neighbor states. The International Commission to inquire into the causes of the conduct of the Balkan Wars documented the grim realities of demographic engineering in the northern theater of Kosovo, for example, where the Serbian and Montenegrin troops were operating, and in the words of the Commission, the entire transformation of the ethnic character of regions inhabited exclusively by Albanians was taking place. Yet a similar fate befell in the southern regions and theater where the Greek army was operating. Although the 1913 London Conference of the Ambassadors recognized Albanian independence in principle, its borders were undefined, thus intensifying violence, as regular armies and guerrilla groups sought to impose their claims through force. However, these events highlight the dual challenge of understanding history. First, we must move beyond abstract generalization to grasp the human dimension of the past. As Tonio Andrade argues, historians should use microhistorical and biographical approaches to help populate our models and theories with real people to write what one might call a global microhistory. To put it simply, the end of empire and the violence that accompanied it were not just geopolitical shifts, but deeply personal and human experiences, shaping the lives of individuals and communities in profound ways, making it necessary to give voice to the silenced ones. Secondly, we must recognize that memory itself is a battlefield. Competing narratives about the past are not static. They influence the politics and policies of the present and, for sure, of the future. Hence, much to the nationalist disappointment, memory is not confined within national borders. It is a dialectal transnational process, one that, as the saying goes, it takes two to tango. And in the case of Epirus, Greek and Albanian protagonists of the same historical events hold fundamentally divided memories of their shared past. Now, the Albanian narrative is shaped often uncritically by the master narrative of prominent figures such as Mithat Frashëri and Costa Papachristou Tomori. Frashëri, the son of Abdul, a key figure of the Albanian League of Prizren, played a crucial role in framing these events within the broader context of Albanian nation building. Meanwhile, Tomori, whose memoirs rescued him from anonymity that engulfs so many historical figures, provides a vivid first-hand account of the events. Both figures present the Northern Epirus uprising as not as a grassroots movement, but as a calculated operation orchestrated by Athens. According to their narratives, the uprising was a military campaign carefully planned to execute by Greek regular troops. Frashëri's L'affaire de l'Epir, Le martyr d'un peuple, presents the Northern Epirus uprising as a calculated act of aggression. Papachristou Tomori, on the other hand, an Orthodox clergyman who returned from the US following the independence of the Albanian state, offers a slightly different but quite similar account. According to Tomori, the uprising was not a spontaneous expression of local will, but a carefully campaign executed by the Greek forces. Now, on the Greek side, there was a journalist, Konstantinos Skenderis, who offers an equally dramatically yet contrasting perspective in his work of Epirotikos Agon, in English, the Northern Epirot Struggle. Skenderis portrays the event of 1914 as an organic, widespread uprising driven by a local epirote, deep cultural and historical ties to Greece. According to his account, the movement was not only a spontaneous act of national resistance, but also a heroic chapter in Greek history. Now, okay. Skip this one. Now, this narrative, however, faced significant challenge as it unfolded. Foreign eyewitnesses such as Count Pidoman, a French, or Prince Turja, a Romanian, or an American traveler, Mr. H. Sherwood, who visited southern Albania or northern Epirus, according to whose point of view we are applying here, in 1914, argued that those posing as Epirotes, and I quote, were nothing but Greek soldiers and officers dressed as civilians. Their testimonies, along with a report from the Dutch officer leading the Albanian gendarmerie at the time, provide compelling evidence that they were quite right when we read the Greek archives of the time. Now, there's another topic, very important one, the role of historiography and public history. The contested memory of 1914 is not confined to historical scholarship. It continues to shape contemporary historiographical and public discourse. I'm going to use just two examples here. For example, the work of Mikhail Sakellariou, Epirus, 4,000 Years of History and Civilization, which emphasizes the region's unbroken connection to Hellenism, presenting Epirus as the cradle of Greek civilization, pays a lot of attention to the Northern Epirote question, as he calls it. Conversely, Albanian historiography presents a counter-narrative that challenges Greek assertion about the identity and history of Epirus, where such example of a work is the book of medievalist Ulm Joffre, whose Arborite Ionit, the Albanians of the Ionian Sea, adopts a more scholarly tone and approach compared to Sakellariou's expansive timeline. Beyond academic tests, however, public historians and documentary filmmakers in both countries have amplified these narratives, reaching a wider audience and connecting nationalist sentiments. This trend shows that how memory is not only a scholarly issue, but also a political tool shaping identity and influencing diplomatic relations. Now, I'm going to end with some conclusions, briefly, and we will be done. The events of the 1910 in northern Epirus illustrates how historical memory operates as a battleground where competing narratives serve not only to interpret the past, but also to shape the future. For Albanians, the uprising represents an externally orchestrated threat to their sovereignty, while for Greeks it symbolized a legitimate struggle for national unification. These polarized memories have profound implications. They influence historiography, national identity, and political relations in the region, as the recent exchange between Rama and the anonymous Greek diplomat demonstrates. The memory of Epirus remains a contentious issue, with both sides invoking history to assert their claims. Ultimately, this case reminds us that history is not merely a record of the past. It is an active and contested force that continues to shape our world. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the questions.
Thanks for this insightful paper on the narrative construction of mass violence in the Greco-Albanian border. Now we have still two missing speakers, Dr. Sharenats and Professor Sabev, but I guess no one is available right now. Am I correct?
I'm not sure. No, they are not here.
Yeah, but on Zoom they are not available either. If they are not available, I will. Sabev or Sharenats? I see Sabev. Which goes for Dr. Sharenats? Okay.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Chronicles, we can hear you, and you can start your presentation. And the title of presentation is From Cordial Friendship to Vicious Hate, the failed project of commemorating the Serbian military assistance to the siege of Edirne in 1912. Please, the ground is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I regret for being unable to come in person. I will do my best to be part of this conference in a most effective way. So basically the Battle of Edirne, or the Siege of Edirne, is one of the focal points of the Balkan Wars in Serbian as well as in Turkish and Bulgarian historiography. It is also in a way forgotten in Serbia. It started as a big story because the troops who came to assist Bulgaria were actually seen as world travelers, as some kind of part of the Odyssey, and they were cheered as heroes in a way. After the war in 1918, it was just a minor episode because the Serbian army became dispersed all over Europe and in fact, around the world. So basically the story about Edirne was in a way forgotten. But the point of this presentation in a way is to reflect on Serbian-Bulgarian relations. So the story, the main narrative of 1912, in part 1913, was about this cordial fraternal love. So we have famous Serbian politician Milovan Milovanovic, who was actually one of the creators of this military alliance from the First Balkan War, who actually insisted that Serbs and Bulgarians must be friends, and that's basically one of the key points of Serbian foreign policy. And we see this narrative was reflected pretty much in the siege of Edirne. And of course, after the war, with the eruption of the Second Balkan War, we see that this narrative changed drastically, and we have a narrative which is even today quite present in the Serbian public, that basically there was certain Bulgarian betrayal happened with the focal point in 1915. So it's basically a very good story about very strong love and very vicious hate. And this monument that was actually never built, but was very close of creation, is very good symbol of this narrative. So basically what happened at the end was that the Serbian soldiers desired to bury their dead at Edirne. So there were around 450 dead Serbian soldiers who were killed in battle, and around 600 who died out of diseases. So the idea was to create some kind of ossuary, and Bulgarian and Serbian soldiers together collected money for this. It's supposed to be some kind of a joint project. It even had a title. It was called The Golden Obituary of Edirne. And it was completely in tune with this narrative of friendship. For example, we see the language of the Bulgarian High Command welcoming the Serbian troops. They say these are brothers, they are welcome. All the grievances and fights from the past, we will leave to the past. We have a glorious Slavic new future. And we see this even with the fall of Edirne, also this kind of gratitude and joint celebration. So everything is quite good until, of course, the Second Balkan War, when we see that actually parts of these cemeteries around town were desecrated, and that actually all fell somehow in oblivion. So I will now share the screen. And just to see this. So can you see the presentation?
Yes, so.
Yes. So.
But you should click on it, I guess. Click on it.
Click on it. Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah. So we see, of course, the position of Edirne, which is quite specific, and I will stress.
Dr. Chronicles, please click on your presentation because it's not available right now. We see only the icons such as Ambis, Rukupis, Jedrene, Paris, December, etc. You need to click on this PowerPoint presentation.
I thought I did.
Vassil, he must have the presentation, not either his screen or the presentation
to be seen. Yeah.
To be seen.
I suggest you
He has opened the presentation, but he's sharing something else.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay.
Is it okay now?
Yeah. Now it's available.
It's good?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so you know the position of Edirne, which is quite specific. I will return to it after the main part of the presentation. So this kind of a border region became very problematic for the Serbian cemeteries. So you see the general map of the siege. So the Serbian army with its two divisions, around 50,000 men came. But what was very essential was actually this kind of artillery help because Serbia bought the latest French guns, which were just arrived basically to these positions from Salonika. So that was the main part of the Serbian assistance, basically. And we see these kind of famous postcards, very strange flat landscape, fortifications, which was all quite different from other theaters of war. We know that Edirne was also specific because of these night operations, the use of barbed wire and so on. So the Serbian press covered this very vividly, and this is all in very cordial way with the Bulgarian side. So this is the picture of the Belgrade Jews who were part of the formation unit that was mobilized in Belgrade. So they also celebrated their holiday near Edirne, and the Jewish Serbian press published this. We see also, of course, the Serbian press underlying the participation of Serbian troops in imprisoning the Turkish officers. There was even a small controversy who actually took Shukri Pasha as a prisoner, although it was clear that the Bulgarian army had the main role in this process. So now we come to post-war period, which is very interesting. So the idea was to build a memorial after 1913, but of course the Second Balkan War erupted, then the First World War, and by 1920 the new Yugoslav state had basically cemeteries in almost all countries across Europe. Some were actually Serbian prisoners, some were Serbian refugees, some were actually South Slavs who fought in Austro-Hungarian army and ended up in Poland or parts of Russia. So the new state had to tackle all this, and it was immense logistical problem. So one of the issues were cemeteries in Turkey, and Yugoslavia did not have any relations with Turkey until the Lausanne Treaty. So that was also part of the problem. So the new state was always under pressure to tackle these cemeteries. The families were pushing them. The public was furious. Why are basically the graves flattened? So the issue of Edirne dead, around 1,000 Serbian soldiers, was also mentioned from time to time. And only in late 1930s, the Serbian Yugoslav Ministry of Justice organized certain missions to find out what was happening. So they didn't have an idea what was the situation on the ground. They even thought that the ossuary was built, which was not the case. So they sent their investigators there, and at first they thought it was a memorial. So they thought it's basically a done memorial with some kind of classical motifs, but they found out that basically there was none. So these are, for example, images from the Serbian cemeteries in Albania, which were found completely haphazardously by local population. So the problem was basically immense, and Edirne was just a small section of it. So what was the problem in the late 30s when we see the Serbian documents? They had no continuity with 1912, 1913. They tried to find out where was the money that was collected in front of the besieged town. So they knew that the amount was quite significant, and that the one general had actually was responsible for opening an account in a Belgrade bank and putting the money. So they contacted his widow, but they couldn't find the number of the accounts. They actually contacted the veterans, the orderlies who buried the Serbian dead. So they gave testimonies to the military authorities of Yugoslavia where the men were buried and how were they buried. And then they realized that actually there was no ossuary. But the problem was that the Serbian cemeteries were actually part of the new front line in the Second Balkan War, when the Ottoman forces managed to regain town and push the Bulgarian side further north. So at the end of 1920s, the Serbian cemeteries, or the remnants of these cemeteries, were actually dispersed partly, as we see modern day map, in Greece, Turkey and Bulgaria. So it was basically a logistical nightmare. So you should supposed to contact 3 states in order to arrange cemeteries. But even this was not really seen as the key problem. The Yugoslav authorities wanted to build an ossuary, which was very, in a way, strange. They wanted to become to create certain symbol of Serbian assistance to Bulgaria. So this kind of ideological and political role was always important. Not that much the dead or the commemorations or the grief of the families, but basically they wanted to have a powerful symbol. And we see the Yugoslav consul and ambassador in Turkey, they said this was a very bad idea. You will never have approval from the Turkish authorities, because if they allow you to build an ossuary there, then the Bulgarians will come instantly and they will also ask to build an ossuary, which is completely unacceptable for the Turkish side. So we see that time was basically lost in this kind of political, diplomatic stalemate, while the graves, those who were left, were basically flattened. So the Second World War started and nothing was done. So these cemeteries were left basically to be completely overrun. And this story, in a way, disturbed the Yugoslav public. But as I mentioned, it at the end became just a detail in the whole grand story about the Great War and numerous sites like this. But at the end, the whole cordial relations between Serbian and Bulgarian army from the besieged site of Edirne basically fell into oblivion. That was completely unacceptable for the most of the interwar period. So we see how the cemetery actually looked like after the fall of Edirne, and there was basically no ossuary built, just rough plans basically conceptualized by the military engineers, but we have no preserved sketches or anything else. It was basically still just an idea, and the soldiers who were friends or relatives of those perished were motivated to contribute. So it was the whole initiative was seen as in a way sign of the atmosphere at the moment, and in a way reflecting the relations between Serbia and Bulgaria at the time. So the story is completely unknown today to the Serbian and I believe Bulgarian public, and I found only bits of pieces in the archive, which is quite different from other ossuaries and battle sites. This kind of bad relations between Yugoslavia and Bulgaria, of course, became slightly better at the end of the 1930s, and we see that the Yugoslav authorities developed certain second option. So if the Turkish authorities do not allow us to build ossuary there, we will transfer the dead, their remains, into the newly planned ossuary in Sofia, which was, of course, never built. So in a way, we see this kind of the dead following this kind of diplomatic efforts, and basically the pressure of the families was simply losing power as the time from the events was passing. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for the time. It seems that Professor Sabev is not available. No. And therefore, no.
Is there another one?
No, I need to open the ground for the Q&A session. Okay. So, for Q&A, questions and answers.
I'd like to ask something which is connected to the way memory works and pertains particularly to what Mr. Mazis said, but also what Dr. Lazaros said. And it starts with the question of Ion Dragonis and his memory and the way his memory functions. And one of the aspects of Dragonis, which pertains to many Greek families, is that all the family is politics. And so you have a brother who is prime minister, I think you have another brother who is a foreign minister, and then you have the descendants, and the descendants until today are, there's a musicologist, another politician, who's a Green politician today. So it's a kind of, there's a family line of politicians But because it's a family also preserves a type of memory and uses, and I've seen this both in articles and today, and in articles and interviews and things like that, different aspects of Ion Dragoumis' legacy in the public sphere today to emphasize aspects of Dragoumis that, in the case of today's narrative, are less nationalist. So there's both a public memory of Dragoumis and a family memory of Dragoumis, which, however, interacts with the public memory in a way that actually the family memory in the current generation contradicts the public memory as we currently classically see it, and emphasizes things like Ion Dragounis' emphasis on a Balkan federation and things like that. And so I think this is quite interesting in terms of the interaction of a family that preserves a memory, and also of a sort of official textbook memory which is actually different, but which is also in the public sphere. And I just wondered if something similar could be said of, in particular, Rashid Pasha. I don't know what other descendants. It's not so far away. Yeah, is there a discourse to do with family in terms of Greek governors of that period? And I note there, for example, that this came down to us in the following way. I'm not a Turkologist, I've said, through Boris Johnson and his great-grandfather, who was the Minister of Interior, and who was against, at least according to the articles I've read, the events that took place. Yes. So these are my questions.
Maybe I should start with Professor Mazis. Professor,
yeah. I made a point when I was writing my book of Ion Dragoumis to, although I contacted the family in a very casual way, Mr. Marcos Dragoumis, the musicologist who died not too long ago, I believe, I avoided having too much to do with them because, it's their family, right? It's their, but you are right. It was a very prominent family, and it continues to be not as prominent, but prominent enough. And you are also absolutely right. Well, actually, there was a certain Ion Dragoumis, whose nephew or something in the 50s and 60s, who were extremely nationalistic. He was a journalist, and he wrote columns. But yes, I mean, memory, historical memory. We have the official, we have the unofficial, we have the personal, we have the family historical memory in this case, and the question then, or the work of us as historians, is to try to find kind of the golden rule there of what to use and what not to use. I try to stay out of the too personal, but at the same time, in order to understand somebody's ideas, you have to understand the person. And in that respect, I violated my own rule, I guess, and delved too much in the personal memories of Ion Dragoumis. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question properly. But at the
you are answering. Yes, thank you.
Perhaps
a family is a different kind of memory. Yeah?
Yes,
which is
absolutely.
The public and the private sphere.
Absolutely. I have contact with the family over the years, but again, very casual. I don't want to put them in a position to, my job is different. But as I like to tell my students, the job of a historian sometimes is to ask the questions and not give the answer. So I hope I answered your question.
In my case, no, because all these heroes are actually historians-made heroes. Like, they are invented. In the beginning of 2000s, as I said, it started with Taner, and then other historians followed him. So all these heroes were introduced by the historians themselves. We didn't know about them much. In my case, Rashid Pasha and other Pashas as well, I didn't come across any family history. And the other thing is, all these people, Rashid Pasha himself as well, they died in Turkey as an officer. Like, I mean, they never separated themselves from the CUP or the Kemalists afterwards. So they were part of the Turkish narrative. And that's why, I mean, they didn't, there isn't much account about their personal lives.
Okay, maybe folks, other questions? Any other question? Please.
From the Bulgarian Air Force Academy. I have a question to do with these conflicting memories. I did my research on the development of dissidents in Bulgaria, and I came across the same thing about the conflicting memories of the past and this period. And my question is, how do you reconcile these differences in a way that you do not strike people's lives away? Because if you say, well, this is true and this is not true, how can you say to the person, this is not true, and they say, this was my life, this is my experience? How do you create a collective narrative which gives the opportunity of every experience to be presented? Thank you.
Question goes to Professor Mazis, if I may.
Yes.
Professor Mazis.
I have no idea. This is this is so deep. Enrique, you're absolutely right. We don't want to erase people out, but at the same time, when we find alternative views of the past, views, narratives that have not been explored before, aren't we bringing forth people who have kind of been erased already? In other words, by the new narrative, by definition, brings to the table more ideas by more people who, for whatever reason, political or otherwise, have been ignored. So is this the result of our work, that we bring forth alternative views and we bring forth individuals and their histories, and in the process maybe we push somebody back, and again as the evolution of the historical discipline keeps going on, that might be an inevitable byproduct of our work, I would think.
Thank you very much. Really very, very interesting connected representation and papers. I have common question following the previous ones, and it is first, it is possible, Professor Mazis' memory to fail. And what happens if you think that the memory fails? Because without memory, I can't imagine not only the history, the human being. Is the first question. And the second one is, what about kind of theory which is possible to reconcile Maurice Kaltbach's young Asman through your studies, because you started saying that it is probably there is individual memory, but at the same time you know that following Kaltbach, the memory always is social phenomena, and as a social phenomena it is referred to the social collective memory. Nevertheless, family is a kind of social phenomenon. So at the same time, Jan Asman told us that there is another function of the memory, is communicative one. there is always the memories way to communicate with ourselves, with our surroundings. So your study, what is trying to tell us? You would like to make something very interesting for me, because there is in the today's studies clear that the memory could be reconciliated, the divided memory could be reconciliated. But if there is very difficult kinds of reconciliation, then it is possible to restore the dignity in the human life. And when I'm thinking through, heard all these your papers, there is a kind of dignity of human who has been challenged. So every single death of hero or not hero is in some way rewriting his biography. And the dead has not right to speak. He speaks through the memories about him through the others. In this way, for me, it's very, very interesting your approach. Could you please tell what really happens when memory fails? Thank you. It's the same question about Rashid Pasha, because I can imagine how we can now have the common commemoration in Turkey or in Armenia about Armenian genocide. Thank you.
Professor Mazis, maybe we should start with your answer.
Yeah, I did not get the first question, to be honest with you, but the second one is very interesting. It is very interesting because it's quite contemporary, certainly here in the United States. As everybody knows, recently we had elections and they turned out the way they turned out. And part of it, we are told, is because people in the United States are upset with certain cultural elements, woke culture, and so on and so on. I'm sure you have heard them. Part of it is the uncomfortable feeling that, in this case, the American people have when somebody brings forth alternative historical memories. When all of a sudden we find out, for instance, that in certain parts of the United States, it's uncomfortable with the history of slavery. And by us, historians and others, bringing it forth the last 20, 30, 40 years, made them so uncomfortable that today, in places like Florida and Tennessee and Oklahoma that I know of, there are laws that says that students in high school should not be taught the kind of history that would make them uncomfortable. And this is an interesting word, uncomfortable, because, of course, in my view, history should be uncomfortable to many people as we find more information that challenges the official line. So it is historical memory has played a role in bringing countries together, nations together. But now, as those nations have become more democratic, more open, more pluralistic, those of us who happen to be in the majority in that particular country are uncomfortable when certain basic tenets of our beliefs of how this country, any country, came about, when this belief is challenged, makes us very uncomfortable. And the results are what we see in the elections in the United States, and I'm afraid in other places as well, in Europe and elsewhere, as we see it happening. I'm not sure if that is answering your question in a satisfactory way. If you have kind of a follow-up, I'll be glad to entertain it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Mazis, I'm Vasileiadis. Maybe your example about the people in Oklahoma, Florida, and Tennessee is an excellent example about the difference between history and public history. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. But as I said early on, historical memory, after all, is dictated, for lack of a better term, through K through 12 education, and what is taught in public schools about be it the struggle for Macedonia, or how the United States expanded to the West, forms that historical memory that now it's very uncomfortable when alternatives are presented. But thank you for your question. You're absolutely right.
Thank you for your question too. Yeah, I think it's a very good point. That's the whole motivation, actually, by creating such alternative heroes. The motivation behind it is to move the focus from the violence and from this fragmented narrative to a common and more peaceful narrative of whole the Ottomans, including the question. So in Rashid Pasha's case, he can be hero for both the Turks and for the Armenians, of course. In this way, he can promote the feeling of peace and the unity instead of the hatred, because the national heroes, what made us feel, they made us feel hate the other, the enemy. But these alternative heroes, they can feed this feeling of togetherness and, you know, the solidarity between the nations in the Ottoman Empire and in general, of course, in other examples.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. My name is Enriqueta Papa, coming from the University of Tirana, and thank you for the very insightful, I would say, presentations that you have done. And provoked by also by Merkel's paper on Rama, and I had a question because I got a friend schooling who was hearing Merkel on his paper on the other religion and memory among peers. I have a question also, or perhaps a discussion on with Professor Mazis on this Eastern Federation that you have mentioned about the Nicoliadis idea of this Eastern Federation of Balkans and parts of Anatolia, and Nicolaidis also the nation. And my questions or kind of reflection would be, what about Albanians in this federation? Because nowadays, in the recent years, there was a discussion on the Open Balkans, which came from both, I would say, both prime ministers, the Serbian one, the Vučić, and the Albanian one, the Edi Rama, who likes to provoke. And also, the Open Balkans was a kind of attempt to, let's say, make a kind of collaboration between the Balkan people in terms of economic and in terms of social relations, which I would say failed. Due to not only to politics, but I would say to the culture. And talking about the cultural memory, because you talked about historical disputes or historical memory, what about the culture or the social memory in the Balkan areas or in the Balkans about this appeasement, I would say, or this attempt to expand or to break the national identities or to break the national borders in composing or in projecting not an open Balkans, but I would say a federation, coming from the ideas of both Dragounis and the Nicolaidis. Thank you.
Professor Mazis, the question goes to you.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I heard your question very well. Does it involve the position of the Albanians in this federation? Is that the gist of it?
The main argument was about the Albanians within this federation, and not only about the historical or the political, I would say, narrative or memory, but what about the identities And here, I'm not speaking only on the political or ethnic, but also on the cultural.
Yeah, thank you. Now I understand it better. Both Ion Dragoumis and Athanasios Ilioutis Nikolaidis had an interesting view of culture when they looked at the cultural past of Greece. They focus not on ancient Greece, but rather on the Ottoman past. They believe that was the right, under some changes in the right conditions, that was the blueprint for the future. Ion Dragoumis, for instance, thought that the way Greek communities had developed under the Ottoman regime was ideal for local government and so on and so forth. So in that respect, they did view a kind of a common culture among the various people of the Balkans. The problem is that I'm afraid that Albania is neglected in this case. While everybody agrees that there are Albanian people all over the Balkans, and certainly the area that we call Albania today, for a variety of reasons, they're divided between Christians and Muslims. And they're considered that their culture is different. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that's the way it is viewed. So Albania is kind of an afterthought at this point, in 1910, 1912, 1913. It is considered, part of the problem, I suspect, is the fact that many Albanians were serving in the Ottoman bureaucracy and certainly the Ottoman military, so they were considered more Ottoman rather than a kind of an independent entity, so to speak. On the other hand, we know that already in the early 20th century there are connections, there are conversations, however tenuous, between Greek nationalists and early Albanian intellectuals who are also looking for Albanian independence. So it is a complex question, but again, my answer will be that Albania is, for lack of a better term, neglected in that way of thinking.
Any other questions? Yeah, and the sugar one. Okay, and then finally me.
Thank you. My question now is to my friend and colleague, Daniel Sheranats. Thank you very much for your presentation. Quick question. Do you think that is a really good diplomatic way for Bulgarian Yugoslav reconciliation in 1930s to make this monument? It is the real tool for the diplomacy. And I have one proposal. Could you please revitalize now this project again to be done between Serbia, Bulgaria and Turkey, and to see what will happen? It will be again one defeat. I am sure that will be the defeat for the historical, cultural and social narratives also, because you know how conflicting are our memories about Edrine and all this that happened then. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. I believe it was a poor diplomatic effort, because they already had multiple problems with cemeteries in Bulgaria, and that could not be solved in an effective way. You could only do it in Czechoslovakia, for example, or in Algeria or in French colonies where you had full political support. You cannot really do it without complete political support. And I don't think there was a very good mood in Sofia to actually allow something like that, or actually was it logistically even possible, because they had I think a whole dozen of sites with cemeteries where the prisoners were held and camps were held. So I don't think that was actually feasible. And that would be a very good idea to launch it now. In some idealistic world, we could have a joint memorial near Edirne, which could be also a Turkish, Bulgarian, and Serbian memorial. But that's also, I think, a fiction. That would be some kind of a
failed project, but it could be actually some kind of a French-German collaboration. That could be really a pacifist modern memorial. It's very good idea, but I think basically the whole resonance in contemporary society in all of these countries would be very negative about it. So if we could decide, we could do it. But having the mood in for example in Belgrade in past months, I think basically only strictly Serbian memorials could be built. So.
To Danilo, I'm Vlasis. I would like to ask two questions. The first is, if this project was apart from Serbianism, Yugoslavianism, from after the change, after the dictatorship of King Alexander, this is the first. And the second one is if this issue started from above or from the bottom, from the veterans, from all these people that they have fought at these battlefields, and they feel that they have been, let's say, neglected, comparing their struggle to the one of the Macedonian from the First World War.
Well, it is very interesting initiative because it was launched by the soldiers, or at least by the officers who were there. So we have two Serbian divisions, and their local commanders probably launched this idea. So they are in a way abroad in a strange land, and they decide to do it. So they didn't ask politicians, they didn't ask anybody. We have a couple of these memorials, for example, in Kosovo, when commanders decide, okay, we have reserved officers who are architects or engineers, let's do it. We have manpower, so they build it instantly. We have a couple of these memorials, which are very different from the ones built after the war. But this initiative, everything basically about the commemorations of the Balkan Wars was abortive. In a way, it was aborted due to the 1914, of course. So this became just in a way a dream. So the state, even when it picks up this project, the main motive is actually the humiliation. They say this is an embarrassment for the Yugoslav state. If somebody sees this cemetery, it's an embarrassment for our state. So they don't mention the families, they don't mention the dead, they mention this kind of a capital of the state, this kind of a outlook, appearance. So they want to somehow sort it out. So they have a couple of cemeteries near Istanbul with the prisoners. They're basically wrapping it up into a joint project. They moved even some from Istanbul to Thessaloniki, to the Itilnik ossuary, because it was just finished and it was close and it was cheap. They could do it with the railway and so on. So it's always very practical and in a way cynical. So it's not really anymore the issue of the veterans and their families. They're all dead in a way, or old, or not in position to present any pressure on the authorities.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Maybe I will conclude. Okay. Then I will begin.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the coherent and well-connected presentations in this session that actually showed us a unique historical event, have distinct narratives that lead to different historical memories. So actually, I have a question about Dr. Hayya and Dr. Ayar, actually. It's about, first of all, about the sources that you used. Mr. Karas asked you if there was no past in these narratives. And I was thinking, well, there wasn't something written before, there wasn't a paradigm on how to create these heroes. They couldn't be created out of thin air. I mean, the historians were people. They had some sources they used.
Yeah, sure. Maybe
Mr. Cayo, so, okay, the second one is Professor Cayo, can I take him because you're thank you very much. So, you mentioned a source of big source, an ancient source of 4,000 years of history. Wasn't there an Albanian counterpart of ancestry in order to somehow equalize this term, this kind of negotiation, to create a dialogue of ancestry, because it's quite common in the Balkan Peninsula. Thank you for your time and
Dramatic approach. Is, the more relevant who has them.
I'm stuck with the last one. Truth be told, yes, indeed, there were equivalent things, but they stopped during the interwar period in the aftermath of World War II, when the Triangle was established, and the Academy of Sciences followed the United before, and the Academy of Management Studies followed. And they didn't dare, because before there was this theory going around, the Pelosian theory, that positioned Albanians as the first comers in the Balkans, in Europe generally speaking, but as a theory it was discredited during the interwar period, and it fell out of grace. There were no sources to back it up, so they did not dare to write something similar. But of course they counter the arguments they counter the arguments that Albanians are newcomers, latecomers, colonizers, by pointing out that there are, for example, everybody knows the Slavs crossed the Danube in the late 6th, early 7th century, for example. There's no source to demonstrate that a similar migration took place and settling in these lands. So they can say the Slavs came latecomers, we are not, just we follow the different evolutionary path, so to speak. Now, regarding, I would like to make a remark before, because speaking, you made me think with what I heard before. I apologize for this. Enriqueta mentioned something about the Balkan Federation, which was in the political thought of Dragumis, but not only. Back then, in the 19th century, a theory developed, in the sense that nations could coexist within an imperial framework as subunits of the empire. In Greece, this one manifested as Elino-Ottomanismos, Greco-Ottomanism, something equivalent developed among the Albanian political thinkers, which I called it in my dissertation as Albanian Ottomanism. So, during the Great Eastern Crisis, Shemseddin Sami or Sami Frashri developed this theory of his to transform the Ottoman Empire into a federal state, and actually by changing name from the well-protected domains, or the great state, into the United States of the Orient. So there was a federal project as well. I think it's your turn. Thank you.
So in Rashid Pasha's case, it was again, as I said, Taner Akçam is a very well-known, famous professor working on the Armenians. He based his argument on a trial. So Rashid Pasha had a trial, and then he had to leave Kastamonu and went to another place of the Ottoman Empire. So behind also there are some secret telegraphs, as Taner Akçam told us. But besides that, there is another historian who is Fuat Dündar. He's saying, okay, he had to leave Kastamonu and his governor position, but then he got even a higher position as he was appointed as an MP in Istanbul. And in the trial, he was said that he refused the orders of CUP, but it was not obvious. So, nothing that obvious in his case. It's more like historians created a narrative out of the little evidences. At least in his case. There are, of course, other cases like the Konya, Celal Pasha, sorry. It was more obvious, but in this one, it's kind of controversial. we don't know for sure.
Thank you. I have final two questions to first Professor Mazis. Professor Mazis, have you, it is a direct question, have you come across any reference to Rigas Veresinis in the writings of Ion Dragumis or Nikolaidis Turiotis? This is my question to you. And for Dr. Sharenats, when I checked the official history textbooks, I remember that only the First Balkan War, the Bulgarian and Serbian armies were on the same side. They were except this event, they were never on the same side. And the current trajectories of these two states are completely again different. One of them is a member of the NATO and EU. The other one is a Chinese satellite in Eastern Europe, and their approach to Muslim minorities are completely different again for Bulgaria and Serbia. And Bulgaria was the first country to recognize both Bosnia-Herzegovina and Macedonia. In these circumstances, is it still possible to cultivate this friendly love between these two countries in the memory?
Can you please repeat the name that you asked me to say?
Yes, Rigas Veresinis.
Oh, Rigas. Oh, yes, yes. Rigas Veresinis is of course ever present. They refer to him in passing, but they don't really dwell too much on his legacy, in the sense that they are dealing with new problems and new challenges. But yes, I mean, you cannot you cannot talk about any kind of Balkan, Near East, whatever you want to call it, federation or confederation without Rigas Veresinis, actually Rigas Fereos, really, jump up somewhere. He's the grandfather of them all, maybe.
If I may reply, you may argue that politics is quite different, but I was lucky enough to travel across Bulgaria in the past couple of years. I was a fellow at Sofia Center for Advanced Studies, and I went with my entire family, and it was a very enriching experience. And we have certain image about Bulgaria and the public image, and I compared it with the reactions to my neighbors, my friends, my colleagues in Serbia. So there is definitely possibilities for immense friendship, should I say. There are incredible similarities, and you see that people react very friendly, that there are certain mentality similarities, and this kind, especially the impact of this transition to capitalism is quite the same for both countries. Even the Serbian experience was, of course, enriched with the wars, but you see that actually speak about the same certain language of some kind of deprived Balkan populations that were actually looked upon by the West or East or China, you mentioned, with certain despise. So that was my impression, and I heard about Ivan Vazov's song about the first Serbo-Bulgarian war, how he said we were brothers, but we fought bitter as dogs. We killed each other as dogs. So in a way, there is always this kind of polarity, but I think that generally the public image in the both publics is generally on the rise, and I think it's quite positive trend, if I may say so. I didn't notice any kind of even mainstream political agenda that could actually jeopardize this. So basically this moment of 1915 still dominates in the Serbian public. It's some kind of vicious betrayal and the complex image. But certainly we see, for example, New Year celebrations when Belgrade is packed with Bulgarian tourists who I think have had a very good time. And we always ask ourselves, why are they coming? Why are they enjoying Belgrade so much? Because we are quite critical about the current trends in Belgrade and so on. So I think the image is not as negative as you may suspect.
If there are not any more questions, I will.
May I, from the point, I'm not the divine intervention.
From the organized.
Commission.
I think we have granted.
We cannot say anything against the Islamic.
1 minute.
No, 1 second. Thank you very much once again. I ask Mr. Garaz if I can say something from the part on behalf of organizers, because when we try to do this program, it's very difficult to combine the subjects you see, and we are very happy to see how can be very productive the dialogues. But hearing to what said our colleagues, my colleague Daniel Sherenats, I'm a little bit wondering about from above. And probably everyday life there is positive memories as tourists and so on, but what happens after is very problematic. The returning in the culture space, on the social space and the context, because always we are doing our choices in context and we are somehow agency of our choices. And I'm not so sure that during the socialist time our relationships were more calm. They were also very conflicting, and during the transitions it's a little bit different. And I'm thinking that for me, it's very, very positive to hear how the memory is very dynamic and articulating different narratives, how these conflicting narratives try to inscribe individual biographical time in the collective one. When it is clashed with the collective, there is the big problem with the shock and trauma. That's why thank you very much for both of you to give this very interesting points of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a lunch session.
Yeah.
Wait, 2.
No, I want to clap.
Well,
I'm waiting.
Okay,
I don't know what time.
we are finalizing. Thank you again for your participation. We have a lunch session is 2, and there are just 8 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me. My only regret is that I wasn't able to be there in person and participate in some talks between sessions, but thank you very much.
Thank you to you. Thank you.
Thank you for the participation.
Thank you very much.
τόσο πολύ. Δεν απένει ένας από τους όλους.
Απλά αυτό και το λέμε κάποια στιγμή, επειδή όσο ψάχνεις όσο μπορείς, κάποια στιγμή θα πρέπει να πεις ότι εγώ βάζω τελεία, το πίσω από αυτά, γιατί αυτά είναι μια ολοκληρωμένη ιδέα.
Όχι, να ξεκινήσουμε.
Μαζεύουμε, δεν θα μεταφέρουμε. Είναι μία αυτό.
Το υπόλοιπο που θα έχεις, μπορείς να το συνεργαστείς, δεν είναι καταλάβεις αφού έχει τελειώσει. Σίγουρα, το υπόλοιπο είναι για άσχετα,
Τώρα θα ξεκινήσουμε. Ας μαζευτούν λίγο. Ναι, ναι. Πόσο έχετε, 20 λεπτά?
Σε μία ώρα. Τελείωσε, 2 λεπτά. Μα δεν έχουμε ξεκινήσει. 17 λεπτά, έχουμε 17.
So, excuse me, everybody. I think that that's all. We have the people we need. Perhaps some more will come. We are split into 2 rooms. Unfortunately, we cannot be all together. So, do we have our first participant? Shabani is among us. Professor Shabani. Is it? No, it doesn't say Zoom. Δεν λέει Zoom. Zekir, για δεν ξέρω αν το διαβάζω καλά. Zekir.
Ναι, είναι πρόσφατη η ID. Θα συνδεθεί μέσω Zoom.
Α, δεν είναι γραμμένο. Α, οκ, I didn't know. Ποιος είναι από αυτούς εδώ? Ο Αλεξάνδρου.
Από ό,τι καταλαβαίνω είναι άσχετο.
Μήπως έγινε αντικατάσταση με κανέναν άλλον?
Όχι, αλλά μήπως δεν έχουν συνδεθεί ακόμα. Ρώτα, μήπως δεν έχει συνδεθεί ακόμα.
Κάτι γράφουν.
Όχι, αυτά είναι με τους προηγούμενους που έγινε. Κάτσε γιατί αυτοί δεν με βλέπουν. Sorry, can you hear me? Is Professor Shabani among you? Is there? No, I don't see.
I'm not Shabani. I can hear you, but I'm not Shabani.
You are Alexander, and you talk. No, you Julia, you talk in this panel. You are the second, right? And Alexander, you talk in the next panel, yes. After
You can hear me?
Yes, of course I can hear you, but I'm looking for some of the participants. Okay. So we have Alexandra, we have Kinga. You're there. Okay, Kinga. And you have Katerina. Perhaps I can give the floor to Julia until Shabani.
That's my official launch.
All right. Until Shabani shows up. Julia.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, since Professor Shabani hasn't shown up yet, perhaps you want to have the floor and,
of course.
And proceed with your speech in order not to lose time.
Okay, sure. I also have a PowerPoint presentation, if it's okay. I can share it.
Please share it with us. Okay, just give me one minute to introduce you to this panel. The topic of this panel concerns colonial and post-colonial discourses. Its title is Dynamic of History, Dynamics of Memory, Colonial and Post-Colonial Discourses. And we have 4 presenters here. For the time being, we were able to find only the 3 of them. So the order was to begin with Professor Shabani. We don't have him until now, so I will proceed. I will give the floor to Julia Alexandra Oprea. And her topic concerns Turkish Günül Geografia, if I can pronounce it well, reimagining past and present.
Okay, can you see also my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So before starting, I would also like to thank the organizers for this remarkable event and to say that I'm sorry that I wasn't able to be there in person, but who knows, maybe in the future. In my presentation, I will analyze the religious and the political dimension of the so-called Gönül Coğrafya, or geography of heart, its potential role in redefining Turkish identity, and also in Turkey's Balkan policy. Just a second, okay. So my presentation is structured in 2 parts. I will start with a brief historical introduction into Turkey's religious engagement in the Balkans, and then I will continue with investigating the concept of Gönül Coğrafya, its uses, tools, and impact, especially in the Balkans, but not only. So, of course, that we cannot talk about Turkey's engagement in the Balkans without mentioning former Prime Minister Ahmet Davutoğlu and his doctrine of strategic depth. I won't insist on it because there have been many books, many research papers written on these topics, and I'm sure most of you are already familiar. But I just want to highlight the fact that according to Davutoğlu, I'm sorry, according to Davutoğlu, Turkey should rely in its relations with the Balkans on its Islamic and also Ottoman heritage. He also was the one who defined Turkey as a pivotal center and not a bridge between the East and West, a redefinition which actually allowed Turkey to engage culturally and economically with states from the Balkans, Africa, and Caucasus. Of course, after 2016, when Davutoğlu also resigned and there was a failed coup attempt in Turkey, we see a shift in Turkey's foreign policy, with Erdogan advancing a more personal, let's say, diplomacy, where religious references actually gained more weight. Okay. However, it would be definitely wrong to say that before the AKP came to power, religion and politics were clearly separated in Turkey. Actually, Islam was a major source of identity in Turkey ever since the founding of the Republic. In 1924, we have, after the abolition of the Caliphate, we have the founding actually of the Diyanet, which is the Presidency for Religious Affairs in Turkey, with the scope to provide religious guidance and education to Turkish citizens. Turkey became actually constitutionally secular only in 1937. However, the secularization of the legislative framework did not mean a complete rupture from the Ottoman past. The Ottoman ulama were actually absorbed in the new Diyanet. Moreover, it is important to remember the fact that actually after each military coup in Turkey, we have an enhancement of the status and infrastructure of Diyanet. For example, in 1960, Diyanet was granted constitutional rank, while in 1971, the staff of Diyanet, including all the imams, became actually civil servants. And in 1982, in the constitution drafted by the Turkish generals, Diyanet was mentioned as a preserver of the national unity. In the meantime, we also assist to the transnationalization of the Diyanet, starting with the 70s, as a result of the growing Turkish Muslim migrants in Western Europe. Initially, this transnationalization was welcomed by Western countries because Diyanet actually, represented a pro-Western and secular state. Secularism played an important role in the second expansion of Diyanet as well, after the Cold War in the Balkan and in the Central Asian and the Caucasus states. These states with a strong secular tradition, also due to their communist past, welcomed Turkish, let's say, activism and also benefited from financial and religious assistance from Turkey, again, thanks to its secular nature. In 1994, we have the Eurasian Islamic Council founded, or the Avrasya Islam Shurası, which is actually led today also by Diyanet. So there are like 32 spiritual leaders from different countries from the Caucasus, Central Asia, and the Balkans. And they usually discuss issues related to the relation between the state and religion and the role of Islam in the society. Of course, we already know that under the AKP, Diyanet's role in foreign policy peaked together with its budget. Last year, for example, the budget of Diyanet reached around $2 billion, exceeding the budget of the Ministry of Interior, for example. And also, the president of Diyanet was raised in the state protocol to the 12th position, above the position of the chief of general staff. It's interesting to see also the way in the AIC, or the Eurasian Islamic Council, Diyanet redefined the members from religious representatives of the Turkish Republic, Balkan countries, Caucasian countries, and Turkey communities to simply Muslim countries and societies. And these developments actually coincide with the emergence of the Gönül Coğrafya term in the 2010s. The term can be translated as the geography of art, I think I already mentioned, and it refers to former Ottoman territories, Turkish diasporas and communities, which are believed to have historical, religious, and cultural links to Turkey. The term was never fully defined, but it started to be used widely, especially in pro-government political and religious circles. And as we can see, there have been like many, it has been mentioned in many political discourses and also newspaper articles. For example, in his speech in 2016, Erdogan actually, when he tries not necessarily to define, but when he refers to this concept, he lists cities from the Middle East, from the Balkans and Caucasus, mentioning them all as parts of Turkey's hard geography. Also, in an article from Yeni Shafak, which is a pro-government newspaper in Turkey, the Gönül Coğrafya is mentioned as one of the most important aspects of Turkey's Ottoman heritage, and the author says that the construction or building of this geography of art was possible due to the Turkish so-called soul or spirits, which emerged as a result of years of resilience and because of Islamic faith. The concept was also included in lessons in textbooks, in Turkish textbooks. So before 2018, there was no reference to this concept in any Turkish textbook. But now we have a lesson about this hard geography in the 9th grade religious culture and moral knowledge textbook. So if you read the lesson, it starts with the history of Islamic civilization, and it tries to highlight the contribution of Turkey and of the Ottoman Empire. It also makes references to Turkey's response to the Syrian refugee crisis, again, as an evidence of Turkey's commitment to its geography of art, and it also lists the activities of TICA, for example, or Yunus Emre Institutes in the same manner. Of course, that it's not surprising that this concept has gained so much popularity lately. So now we can find it not only in political or religious discourses, but also in like concert titles, book titles, contests, even travel circuits. For example, Gönül Coğrafyamız Balkan Gezisi, which is like the Balkan tour of our hard geography, and also in some Diyanet prayers. If we look at the, let's say, the social media communication of Diyanet, we also see that the meaning of this concept was expanded to all Muslims. So it doesn't include only former, let's say, Ottoman territories, but actually it overlaps with the concept of Ummah or of Muslim community. And now I will mention two of the main tools, let's say, of Turkey's instruments in enhancing its presence in the so-called Gönül Coğrafya. One is the cultural heritage projects. So cultural heritage projects actually offer states a platform on which they can share their claims of cultural sovereignty beyond their national borders, and they can also, in the same time, reinforce or, let's say, promote a certain understanding of their national identity. So it is a very useful tool in national identity building as well. What is important, so in addition to the, let's say, physical presence of this site, actually what is maybe even more important is the narrative behind them, because states engaging in, let's say, cultural heritage projects actually choose which sites to renovate and which ones to ignore. In this way, they actually choose which part of the past to narrate, to tell, and which to forget. The cultural heritage projects are also important in status seeking at international level in two ways. Countries can actually showcase respect for the multicultural past through these projects, and in the same time, they can use it as a tool to cover the divisive policies at home, or the anti-cultural and authoritarian, so to distract actually people from what's happening at home in these, let's say, domains. And on the other hand, they can expand their imagined national, cultural, political, and economic domain, and also promote international partnerships based on the economic policy of clientelism and patronage. Because yes, these projects are very expensive, and many times who gets to actually do them, I refer now to the restoring companies in different countries. We can also see there is evidence of clientelistic choice of these companies. And in this area, we have two actors who are maybe the most active. These are TICA, the Turkish International Cooperation Agency, and the Turkish Diyanet Foundation. They are like the most active in the field of cultural heritage projects. These projects are also showcased, as we can see in Emin Erdogan's statement, to show that Turkey is actually a fully developed country which can assist other developing countries. So it increases the international status of the country. In TICA's latest report, for example, Diyanet, it's listed as the first most important partner in the cultural heritage projects area. I have also other data on the slide about TICA's activities in the Balkans and the Caucasus, but I think what's important at this point to remember is the fact to observe is the fact that TICA and TDV are very involved in cultural heritage projects, and that half of them are actually religious sites. Actually, more than half are religious sites, but half of them are mosques. And this takes us to the so-called mosque diplomacy, which I think you are familiar with the concept. It refers to Turkey's funding of mosque building and renovation projects abroad. However, these projects are not only meant to create prayer places to Muslims around the world, but they are also challenging and redefining the principles of local Islamic thought. And as we can see on the Turkish Diyanet Foundation statement from their website, Diyanet actually claims to, and it's not only on the TDV website, but also in many of their communication, that they are the carrier of the true, pure Islam, and they try to unite Muslims around the world through their mosques. So mosques are important from more perspectives. One is, of course, the nation building, because mosques are visible, like visible evidence, material evidence of the state's attitude towards Islam, and also of the nation's religious identity on one hand, and on the other hand, they also serve Turkey's geopolitical interests, because we talk about mosques built in a neo-Ottoman style. So wherever in the world we can see these mosques, they are sort of material evidence of the country's allegiance to Turkey or the Ottoman Empire. And
I think we are
yes,
running out of time.
yes,
1 minute, please.
Okay, I just have the
Try to be
conclusions.
concise. It was fascinating, but please try to be concise. Yes.
Okay, so I have two conclusions at this point. Of course, there is still a lot of work to be done, and I mean, there are there's need for further research, definitely, but at this point I can say that the increased popularity of this concept actually can contribute to the redefinition of Turkish identity, especially that we have seen that it's already part of the national curricula, so young people are educated about this subject, and we can see a new Turkish identity, which actually expands over the national borders and reaffirm the role, the important role of religion, which was, as I mentioned before, all important in each period of the Turkish history. And also by increasing this role of Diyanet and expanding its reach abroad, the AKP aims to project a new understanding of Islam, actually its own understanding of Islam, and to assume a leadership role in this Gönül Coğrafya, especially through cultural heritage projects and through the so-called mass diplomacy. Thank you. Can you still hear me?
Yes, yes. Please hold on for the discussions. As soon as we finish with the other two participants, with the other two presentations, or perhaps three, I don't know what happened to Professor Sabani, if he will show up. So now I will give the floor to Professor Kinga Bialek. Sorry, I don't have your bio in front of me, so I find myself in the awkward position of not being able to present you. Would you like? Is it okay to be seated here?
Yes, of course. But can we connect the computer with?
I hate the technical stuff. Yes.
But it was disconnected to have more privacy when we were there.
Have more privacy?
No, I had.
Why? What about
privacy? No. I want to share.
You want to use?
Yes, this one.
Okay,
But we just disconnected it.
Θέλει να χρησιμοποιήσει αυτό.
Απλά την παρουσίαση δεν τη βλέπουν οι απομακρυσμένοι.
Δεν θα τη βλέπουν οι... Just keep in mind that the remote people won't be able to see it.
Okay.
It's okay. So we give you the floor. Doctor or PhD candidate.
Yes.
Okay. In a few months. Okay. Okay, hopefully, we wish you all success. Could you please tell us a few words about you? Because
yes, of course.
So, your topic concerns zones of memory and oblivion in Nicosia, exploring the Ottoman heritage and its presentation in museums. Kinga Bialek, PhD candidate of which university?
University of Wrocław, Poland.
Wrocław, Poland. Okay, okay. We give you the floor. You have approximately 20 minutes. Press F5, please.
Yeah.
Is it the PDF?
Yes.
So, okay. Use it this way. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
It's okay. So we give you the floor. You have approximately 20 minutes.
Yes. Thank you so much. So first, 15. I can do that in 15.
I didn't know, and I gave to the other participants 20 minutes. I'm the bad guy. Sorry. Very bad guy.
Good afternoon. So maybe I will start with introducing myself. My name is Kinga Bialek. I'm a PhD candidate at the Liberal Center for German and European Studies, University of Wrocław, but I'm based in Cyprus, working both in Poland and in Cyprus. So today I would like to present the topic Zones of Memory and Oblivion in Nicosia, exploring the Ottoman heritage and its presentation in museums. To present my research, which focused on the complex, tangible and intangible Ottoman heritage in Nicosia and how it's represented in museum spaces. This issue is part of a larger research project of mine. I focus on divided cities such as Nicosia and Jerusalem,
where I analyze how historical education, experience of public spaces, but also current policy influence societies and their divisions. There are three key periods for my research, which are Ottoman, British, and modern period, which I mean by modern, I mean after 70s. Their in-depth analysis, analysis under the history, religion, administration, and architecture that led me to track the whole process of division or reunification up to date. However, the aim of my presentation today is to explore how Ottoman heritage is presented in Nicosian's museums and what it means for understanding the cities and the island's history. So, just a table of content. So, a few words about memory and education in Nicosia, Ottoman rule in Nicosia, types of Ottoman buildings that are still in Nicosia.
Then I would say a few words about museums with a case study of Leventis Museum. And I think 15 minutes would be already. Yeah, so starting with memory and education. So Yanis Papadakis, a well-known researcher at Greek Cypriot academic, he wrote 20 years ago, I live regularly passed by the impressive aqueduct, but I had no idea it was Ottoman. Our books never mention it. All we knew about the Ottoman Turks was that they were barbarians who never built anything. The period of Ottoman rule is described and taught in Greek Cypriot schools and homes as centuries of oppression and backwardness. And to prove that, there is another quote. For 300 years, we were enslaved by the brutal and oppressive regime of the Ottoman Empire, a barbaric regime that revenged our once glorious, sophisticated, and tolerant Byzantine civilization. Historical memory and the role of education are key to understanding how Nicosia perceives its past. Both formal and informal education, including the role of museums, shape what young people know about their past and how they interpret it, especially that in their educational system, they have 6 hours of visiting museums in Cyprus. So there's also another question, which museums they choose. So in Nicosia, like in any other divided city, both the Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, educational systems tend to selectively treat history. Of course, especially regarding the period of division, but also the Ottoman period. So Greek Cypriots, of course, emphasize the Hellenistic Byzantine eras, downplaying Ottoman rule, and if it's mentioned, it's usually about its backwardness and oppression. When it's about Turkish Cypriots, on the other hand, the community emphasized the Ottoman heritage, which underscores their historical rights to the island. This selective approach of history is reflected not only on the educational system, but also in museums, which serves as a key tool for information informal education. A few words about Ottoman rules in Nicosia, the historical context. So the Ottoman rule in Cyprus lasted from 1571 to 1878 and brought significant changes to the city structure, both administratively and architecturally. Nicosia looks like it does, meaning with the characteristic, there are streets, numerous hammams, khans, fountains, and mosques because of the Ottoman rule over there. What's important for my research, many of these buildings have survived to this day. Over 80 Ottoman era buildings can be found in Old Town of Nicosia, such as Buyuk Khan, the largest Khan in the city, Buyuk Hamam, the example of Turkish bath, but also Omeriye Hamam, Zehri Fountain, but even to some extent the Venetian walls, because the bastions get their shape that was changed during the Ottoman period. They were rebuilt during the Ottoman period. It does testify to influence of Ottoman rule. Interesting and controversial example of Ottoman heritage is the adaptation of older buildings. The Ottoman rule converted churches into mosques, churches meaning Catholic churches into mosques, but also built new spaces. For example, Buyuk Hamam was built on the foundation of the Church of St. George. Buyuk Khan was constructed on the site of an old Venetian structure, but Omeriye Hamam is an example of a construction of a public building in the period of Ottoman rule that was commissioned by Rashid Pasha. What is important, the presentation and the memory differ on both sides of the city. To mention also three fundamental Ottoman changes include the end of European feudalism, the strengthening of the Orthodox Church rule, and changes on the island's population. These transformations had lasting spatial and social consequences that are still visible today. So let's move to the role of museums in Nicosia, which is significant in shaping the narrative of the city's past. Museums are used to craft or reinforce national narratives. Their activities are influenced by political situation, especially that some of them, most of them, were established during the conflict or later in response of the division. So museums are often chosen as a medium for creating historical narratives because they are considered as authentic and credible sources of information. In the case of secret museums, the aim is to showcase cultural affiliation, the right to the island, and as Papadakis put it, uninterrupted continuity with the past. For Turkish Cypriots, it means connection with the Ottoman history, while for Greek Cypriots, it means Byzantine history. To get into the case study, so in northern Nicosia, there are 5 state museums, which are the Museum of Barbarism, the National Struggle Museum, Mevleviteke, the Ethnographic Museum, the Rashid Mansion, and the Lapidary Museum. In the southern part, there are 4, which are the Secret Museum, the House of Dragoman, the State Gallery of Contemporary Cypriot Art, and the, again, National Struggle Museum. However, today I would like to say a few words about one private museum, Leventis Museum, that's located on the northern side of Nicosia, because it's the only museum that tasked with presenting the history of the entire city, not just the southern part or northern part, the entire city. It was founded in 1989, which means during the division when both communities were not able to cross the checkpoint. And the museum presents a history from ancient times to the present day. However, the exhibition of Ottoman rule is relatively undeveloped compared to other periods, reflecting the selective memory of this time. Just to give an example, it takes just half of a floor, of the second floor of the museum, where British exhibition takes the whole floor, even though the last period was way shorter. So Leventis Museum minimized the significance of Ottoman rule, focusing on the Byzantine period, later British colonialism, and the struggle against the colonizers. Even though, like I mentioned before, there's 80 buildings in Old Town in Nicosia that are still representing the Ottoman heritage in the city. Only a few Ottoman era artifacts are displayed, and the museum's narrative largely present this time as one of stagnation and regression. However, the significant role of the church is highlighted. That's the pictures that you can see, that the first thing that the visitor can experience in Leventis Museum at the part of Ottoman period exhibition. Which is, like I mentioned, the rule of Ottoman Church was one of the changes that was implemented by the new Ottoman rules. So you can see here the Orthodox Church of Cyprus, its history. You have some artifacts of crosses and old Ottoman.
These are Ottomans on the picture.
And these are very selectively chosen parts of like how the Ottoman period was presented in the Leventis Museum, which talks about the Ottoman siege of Nicosia. Then it talks about the aqueduct and the dragoman. Again, relatively much attention is given to the office of the dragoman in the Leventis Museum. As you know, the dragoman was a translator, a sort of a bridge between the locals and the Ottoman administration, who usually was a Greek secret in Nicosia. What also was emphasized in this floor in the Leventis Museum is the issue of trade in Nicosia. The women's bazaar, which was operating every Friday, was also mentioned in this floor on this exhibition. But the main Nicosian market, known as Bandulbulia, is not. We may ask about the reason behind this choice. There might be a few. One of them might be that women's bazaar is located in the south and the Bandulbulia is located in the north. But that might be just one of the reasons. Also, what's interesting, as you can already see here, there's no Turkish language in the Leventis Museum, even though Republic of Cyprus, its second official language is Turkish. So visitors can learn about Nicosian history only in Greek or in English. So again, Turkish speakers are excluded also linguistically. Just to get to some conclusions, and to open the discussion. The museums in Nicosia serve not only as places of memory, but also as spaces of oblivion, which also says a lot or shows a lot, even though something that's not presented, it also gives us some message. So in case of Leventis Museum, we can observe that despite Nicosian rich Ottoman history, many aspects of this period have been minimized. The conclusion drawn from the analysis of Nicosian museums indicates that Ottoman heritage is not only a testament of the past, but also it used as a tool to construct modern national identities. In the context of Greek Cypriot education, the Ottoman past is often treated as an insignificant or even negative episode, while in northern Nicosia, it forms the foundation of Turkish Cypriot identity. And the last thing, so in 2017, there was a research made by one of a PhD candidate where she asked Greek Cypriots in Nicosia about authentic heritage in the city. And the answers were 2 gates, Famagusta Gate and Paphos Gate in the Venetian walls, and 2 neighborhoods, Taktakale and Chrysaluniontisa. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. So, yes. So when the researcher asked about the choice, like why Greek Cypriots in Nicosia did choose these specific places, they said that these places haven't changed that much as other parts of the city, which is also important to mention that these neighborhoods are having very rich examples of Ottoman buildings over there. So just to end it here, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the very interesting presentation. We learned a lot. So I'm sure that we will have plenty of time for discussion later on. After Katerina's Yanoukakou speech,
who will present the presentation titled Being Visibly Invisible, the Case of Thessaloniki's Ottoman Monuments, a topic about our city, Thessaloniki. Could you please be kind enough to present yourself to tell us a few words?
Thank you, President, Chair. My name is Katerina Yanoukakou. I work at the General State Archives, Historical Archives of Macedonia. I am a librarian there. This is my main identity. Today I'm going to continue the concept of oblivion that Kinka mentioned, and a bit of the accepted historical memories Dr. Mazis mentioned at the earlier session. And I'm going to talk about the Ottoman monuments of Thessaloniki. So, as we all know, Thessaloniki was part of the Ottoman Empire for almost 500 years, from 1430 until 1912. A fact that transformed the city's character and culture due to the coexistence of Christians, Muslims, and Jews. This multi-annual coexistence of different and diverse ethnicities in an urban environment still depicted to the city's scenery, such as buildings, monuments, architecture in general, as well as to the city culture, mainly gastronomically and linguistic. Our presentation focuses on the inclusion-exclusion dipole of Thessaloniki's remaining Ottoman monuments into the city's collective narrative and the local authorities' effort to cross them off, or at least to dismiss them into oblivion. So if we read the narratives of the travelers of the 18th and 19th century, referring to the Thessaloniki scenery as the forest of the minarets, an image quite different from today. So the first thing was to define the term Ottoman monument, not so much in a lexicographic way, but mainly to designate the context of the presentation. For this reason, I visited the Ministry of Culture website to see the listing of the Ottoman monuments. As expected, there is no distinct category of Ottoman monuments. On the contrary, the Ottoman monuments are listed between the categories of Byzantium and modern time. In that case, the Orthodox and the Catholic Church falls in the Byzantium category, whilst the great mansions of the eclecticism architecture, so distinct in the Ottoman Empire in late 19th century, fall into the modern time category. For example, these are listings between the subheading of the religious monuments, both in the Byzantium and the modern times. So we see that we have several mosques that are divided between the Byzantium religious buildings and the modern time religious buildings, instead of having a distinct category as the mosques. Another example is the famous clock tower of Yanitsa, which was built in 1970, which is listed under the subheading of commemorative and decorative monuments. So, no. So I continue with the official website of the municipality of Thessaloniki, where there is a section devoted to Ottoman era, bearing a list of 22 monuments, namely the great mansions of eclecticism architecture owned by Muslims, along with some public houses such as Bezesteni Kapali Çarşı, Konak, now the Ministry of Macedonian Trust, hospitals, the Idadi Maktepi, Musa Baba Turbe, and some others. However, there is no mention of Alajai Maret, or Yenit Zami, or Caravanserai, or Islahane, Ottoman orphanages, and some others very distinct Ottoman monuments of Thessaloniki. So, what qualifies as a monument as an Ottoman? Is it only a matter of chronology? The Ottoman architecture is divided in three major eras. The first period is the 14th to 16th century, characterized for the construction boom of mosques in Boursa and Adrianoupoli. And in this period, influences are by the Seljuk tradition and the Byzantine architecture. The second period is between the 16th and the 17th centuries, considered to be the classical period under the influence of famous architect Sinan, who was influenced greatly by the Justinian era. So there are distinct influences from the Byzantine forms, such as the art of vaulting, and at the same time, the decoration, the calligraphication sceneries from Quran was developed. The third and the last period of Ottoman architecture cover the 18th and the 19th centuries, influenced mainly by the penetration of Western European elements, such as German Baroque and French Rococo, which is the time that the most public buildings and private residences of the ecosystem were built. The Ottoman of invasion of Greece ultimately meant, among other things, significant changes to architectural production, initially in France and Macedonia, and subsequently in the rest of Greece. One of the first concerns of the Ottomans was to construct new buildings, public buildings, which were essential components of the typical Ottoman city and had a dominant role in its religious, social, and economic life. The construction took place especially during the early Ottoman period, following the initiative of the Sultan or his representatives in the local administration, and had clear implications. The presence of these buildings aimed to the legitimization of sultans and, for that reason, the Ottoman power in general. So how do we define Ottoman monuments, or which are the criteria of a monument to be defined as Ottoman? The common denominator is not that it's not matter of chronology. For instance, a mosque will always be an Ottoman monument regardless of the period of its construction, as well as a Byzantine Orthodox church will always be considered as Byzantine. A typical categorization of Ottoman monuments are depicted in the slide, which are the religious buildings such as mosques, seminaries, turbezes, or public buildings such as closed markets, hammams, clock towers, fortresses, bridges, barracks, inns, and private residences. However, even though all these type of buildings are still present in Thessaloniki urban scenery, and although people at the street pass in front of them daily, very few either recognize them by their initial name or use, or further identify them as Ottoman. Further, the Greek state uses the term post-Byzantine in order to describe monuments, a building constructed from the middle of the 15th century until the beginnings of the 20th century. So the question arising is why it was decided to use the term post-Byzantine instead of Ottoman, and which are the reasons to doing so. The key concept focuses on how monuments are defined within their space, the differentiation of Thessaloniki compared to the rest of Greek cities, and the collective narrative and the invisibility of the monuments. The concept of cosmopolitanism is very unique to Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki was a different city. The coexistence among Christians, Muslims, and Jews created a multicultural mosaic, whereas the immense economic life and contacts with the West via trade was transformed Thessaloniki into cosmopolis, a city of the world. Actually, the word multicultural or multiculturalism was not used then, but is a word introduced by the early 90s, actually, because in essence, it wasn't three distinctive cultures lived in Thessaloniki, but one culture that integrated elements of all three communities. The concept of national identity. The particularity of cosmopolitanism was a burden after the unification of Greece with Greece in 1912. South Greece formed in an independent state since 1830, whereas central parts follow in the 1882. And thus, the issue of the collective narrative concerning the national identity has been resolved. By adopting the Paparigopoulos schema, which means that modern Greeks derive from ancient Greek, Byzantine, and to this point, nothing in the middle. So the Ottoman past, as well as the Roman past, passed into oblivion. It was considered, the Ottoman past was considered a dark page of Greek history, a page that lasted 500 years. Within this scope, Thessaloniki had to adjust it to that pattern, and for all of this, Ottoman monuments either had to be rebaptized into something acceptable, like Yedi Kule was renamed as Tapirios, 7 Towers, but still, it was still prison as in Ottoman times, but it was a Greek prison. Or destroyed, such as the forest of minarets and the Ottoman cemetery, or just sent into invisibility, such as the Pasha Gardens. The local narrative had to follow the same guidelines under which Thessaloniki denominated as the Byzantine city of Greece. And any monument that did not chronologically fit into that period was renamed as post-Byzantine. Invisibility. This centrally orchestrated strategy led to the deletion of a great part of the city past. The Lausanne Treaty took care of the deletion of the Muslims, and the Second World War took care of the deletion of the Jews. After the 1950s, the city had the successive conservative administrations underlined the Hellenic or Byzantine character of Thessaloniki and systematically avoiding to any reference to anything deviant. This obsession resulted in generations of ignorant citizens of their past and cultural heritage. Unfortunately, this reality was validated with Thessaloniki, cultural capital of Europe, in 1997, where Ottoman as well as the Jewish part were ignored from the celebration and the representations. Monuments are a living organizations that transcend time and space. According to Hannah Arendt, they reflect our desire to create something that will last through time, whereas Jean Donohue speaks about the betweenness of the monuments, that is, that they exist between past and future, history and memory. On the other hand, Tyler argues that spaces are socially defined by their uses and human activity, which result into renegotiation. The Ottoman monuments of Thessaloniki are difficult to determine, mainly because there has been a coordinated effort for many years to cross them off. For instance, the Faculty of Philosophy of Aristotle University was built in 1887, as the Ottoman Imperial Lyceum Idadié. But very few are aware, and further, the references are usually very vague and fleeting. On the other hand, White Tower, Thessaloniki's landmark, was identified as the Yanitsar's blood prison, even though it is a Byzantine tower. Concluding, national unity demanded a systematic de-Ottomanizing process to be applied. For that reason, the space was remanufactured to fit into the new collective narrative. Streets were renamed, mosques were destroyed, monuments closed or changed their uses, and generally the city was cleansed by the reference and signs of the unwanted past, and the city ignored, intentionally or unintentionally, its Ottoman past. However, the last 20 years, an increasing revisionism on the relations with the Ottoman and the Jewish part of the city is evident. It started from the academia and the researchers, and then expanded to businesses, mainly the tourism sector. Tourism gave a great opportunity to reinvent Thessaloniki's history, even a bit sloppy at the beginning, in order to attract tourists from Turkey and Balkan countries. Yannis Boutari, mayor of Thessaloniki from 2010 to 2018, led the way and played a major part in the reopening of the dialogue with the past, driven by business economic criteria mainly. The discussion for the Ottoman past is still young and very much influenced by the political correlations between Greece and Turkey. Nevertheless, 21st century Thessaloniki owes its existence to its past, including the Ottoman period, which is perhaps the most glorious part of its history.
Thank you very much, Katerina.
Thank you.
I totally agree with you. Perhaps it's high time for this city to come to terms and reconcile with its Ottoman past as well, since it has very recently reconciled with her Jewish past somehow. Now we are expecting a Holocaust museum. So it's high time for a reconciliation with the Ottoman segment that constitute the city's memory as well. So we have here our first speaker, Zekirgia Shabani, if I'm
pronouncing it correctly. Are you with us, Professor?
Yes, you are right. I apologize for my delay, really.
It's okay. It's okay. So we have you with us at least. Okay. I can give you the floor for approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I will share my presentation.
Yes. Please go on. And if you could, since I don't have your bio information in front of me, it was all of a sudden that I came here to play that part of the chair. So could you please tell us a few words, just 1 minute to present yourself?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, good afternoon for everyone. My name is Zekirgia Shabani. I am a PhD student at Istanbul University, as well as a researcher at the Albanology Institute in Kosovo. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here virtually today and to participate in this conference. I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers for this opportunity and to all of you. Today I'm going to present my presentation, my topic about the Ottoman period in Kosovo, interpretation of the past and contemporary perspective. The Ottoman period in Kosovo. Understanding the history of Albanians in Kosovo within the framework of a multi-ethnic empire, such as the Ottoman Empire, is a delicate matter, as it carries the risk of being judged from both from a nationalist perspective and an Orientalist standpoint. No matter the approach or perspective on Ottoman history in Kosovo, it's clear that the Ottoman period was one of the longest and the most impactful in the Kosovo's history. The Ottoman period in Kosovo, which extended from the 14th century to the early 20th century, marked an era of significant political, economic, social transformations. During these 5 centuries, Kosovo underwent profound influences that shaped its social and political structures. Presented here in this slide, you can see some of the most significant events and processes that shape the political, economic, and social life aspects in Kosovo during the Ottoman rule. First, the Battle of Kosovo is a significant event that marked the start of Ottoman influence in the Balkans and established the foundation for their rule in the region. Following the Battle of Kosovo, the territory was administratively integrated into the Ottoman Empire, leading to profound change in administrative, social, and economic structures. Gradually, Islamization and the construction of Islamic infrastructure and architecture, such as mosques and hammams, reflected the influence of Ottoman culture. Periodic revolts and uprisings highlight the resistance to Ottoman rule, especially during the Tanzimat period, which focused on administrative and social reforms. The Congress of Berlin and the establishment of the League of Prizren marked a critical moment in Albanian national organization, while the Balkan Wars brought an end to Ottoman rule in Kosovo. These events were crucial in shaping the Ottoman period in Kosovo and left a strong mark on its history, culture, and identity. Studies on the Ottoman period in Kosovo. Studies on the Ottoman period in Kosovo have followed a complex trajectory, being marginalized for many years in academic discourse due to political, ideological, and methodological factors. Although this period represents a significant part of Kosovo's history, it has often been overlooked by local historiography and overshadowed by studies focusing on periods such as antiquity, the Middle Ages, and the contemporary era. The institutionalization of historical studies in Kosovo, the establishment of the Albanology Institute in 1953 and the Institute of History in 1967 marked a turning point in the development of scientific research in Kosovo. Two of the main platforms for publishing research finding were the journals Gjurmime Albanologjike and Kosovo, which played an important role in documenting various historical periods. Between 1962 and 2023, more than 1,300 studies were published across over 100 issues of these 2 scientific journals. Among these, approximately 23% focus on events from the Ottoman period related to the Albanians in Kosovo and in Albanians. This percentage highlights a tendency in Kosovo's historical research to focus more on other periods, often viewed as more important for shaping national identity or more engaging for academic discussions. A major challenge in studying of the Ottoman period is the lack of archival resources. Few Ottoman documents are preserved in Kosovo Central Archive, and limited knowledge of Ottoman Turkish, along with a lack of translations, has restricted detailed research. As a result, researchers often rely on secondary sources, limiting the depth and innovation of their analysis. For a long time, the Ottoman period has been approached from an ideological perspective that primarily portrayed it as an era of oppression and backwardness. Such as one-sided perspective has affected researcher priorities, shifting the focus towards a non-objective exploration of Ottoman history in Kosovo. Next slide. Political narrative in Ottoman studies. Approximately 78% of the studies on the Ottoman period published in the journal Jurmime Albanologica and Kosovo in Kosovo have focused primarily on interpreting historical events with a political character. On the other hand, only 22% of the published papers have addressed social, economic, cultural, and educational aspects. The focus on political themes likely reflect the view that political history is key to shaping a national narrative. However, neglecting social, economic, and cultural aspects limits one understanding of the Ottoman era and leaves analysis incomplete on how Albanians community experienced this period. This imbalance in the interpretation of the Ottoman period highlight an urgent need for new studies to focus on these underexplored aspects. A new perspective in Ottoman studies. In recent years, studies on the Ottoman period in Kosovo have undergone significant transformations. Scholars from Kosovo have begun to address broader and more inclusive aspects, including the social, economic, and administrative dimensions of this era. Since 2013, the focus on this topic has increased from 20% to over 40%, reflecting a more balanced approach to Kosovo's Ottoman history. This shift has been driven by several key factors. First, a new approach to Ottoman sources. The growing interest in Ottoman archives and the learning of Ottoman Turkish by young scholars have improved the understanding of this period. This has made it easier to explore previously overlooked topics like social change, economic system, and Ottoman administration. The second is institutional support. Since 2013, scholars of the Ottoman period have become part of state researcher institutions like Albanology Institution or history institution in Kosovo. This has shifted Ottoman research from private efforts to organized scientific projects. The third, improved the quality and quantity of studies. The lack of experts previously limited the quality and number of Ottoman studies. Now, with the dedicated historians, researchers, and access to regional archives, these challenges are being explored more deeply and with new perspectives. The main focus in research on the Ottoman period in Kosovo. Kosovo historians or Albanian historians in Kosovo have focused on specific themes regarding the Ottoman period. 31% of studies focus on uprisings, wars, and resistance, emphasizing the struggle for freedom and the national identity. 29% of studies or papers focus on the Albanian national awakening, highlighting its role in building national awareness and organizing political and cultural efforts. 25% of research explore key historical figures, analyzing their contribution to independence and national identity. This includes war heroes, leaders of the awakening, and prominent thinkers. 10% of studies focus on congresses, assemblies, and conferences like Congress of Berlin, which played a significant role in political decisions making and the destiny of these territories. And the last 5% of studies focused on migration. This focus reflects a tendency among Kosovar's historians to build a national narrative focused on politics, military events, resistance, and identity. While it reinforces national unity, it often neglects other aspects of life during the Ottoman period. Next slide. The shortcomings of Ottoman studies in Kosovo. First, descriptive approach. Some Ottoman studies rely primarily on descriptive methods, focusing on narrating historical events rather than critically analyzing them. The second is lack of scholarly debate. Most studies or researchers or historians on the Ottoman period in Kosovo lack true scientific debate and critique. Repeating the repetition of previous studies is another shortcoming of Ottoman studies in Kosovo. A nationalist influence, a nationalist perspective often driven by patriotic motives is evident in several Ottoman studies. Lack of Ottomanist tradition school. Albanian scholars haven't developed a unique Ottomanist tradition or school acknowledged for its contributions nationally or internationally. One reason is that Albanian studies are primarily written in Albanian, a language that doesn't widely reach the global scholarly community. Now I'm going to speak about contemporary perspectives on Ottoman studies in Kosovo. Considering the complex history and varied interpretation of the Ottoman period in Kosovo, as well as the current challenge and shortcomings of Ottoman studies, it is essential that the contemporary approach aims to create a new framework of research that is inclusive, critical, and interdisciplinary. Here are some key aspects that future studies should follow in Kosovo or in Balkans. First, diversifying topics. Most studies have focused on politics, wars, and uprisings, like I said before, ignoring social, economic, and cultural aspects. Future research should explore economies, society, education, and urban development, and more, using original sources. To overcome current limitations, studies should encourage learning Ottoman Turkish to access original archive document. Second, building partnership with international archives like the Ottoman Archive in Istanbul or in Vienna in Austria. The third, supporting the translation of Ottoman document in Albanian and in English to make them accessible for local and international researchers. That's all. And critical and interdisciplinary approach. Avoiding a nationalist and non-objective approach, history should be interpreted and evaluated through a critical perspective. Connect historical researchers with psychology, anthropology, and cultural studies to provide a holistic view of the Ottoman era. Building an Albanian Ottoman studies tradition. Publish researcher paper in foreign language in prestige scientific journals, participate in international conference to present unique aspect of Ottoman history in Kosovo, including Ottoman studies in university programs. And last one is improving the quality of the study, encouraging scientific critique, organizing forums and debates where researchers can discuss and challenge each other, avoiding repetition, promote new topics and innovative methodologies, institutional support, providing funding and grants for Ottoman studies to foster original research. And a short conclusion. Ottoman studies in Kosovo should evolve to reflect the complexity of the period and its significance for Albanian history and beyond. A modern and inclusive approach will improve knowledge of the past, supporting international academic discussions, and help create a clearer and more complete historical story of Kosovo in this era. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Really interesting presentation. All four presentations were.
Me personally, I have written down. I kept notes. I have so many questions, but I prefer to give the floor to you, the audience, if you want to pose questions. To our whether to our guests online or those who are here physically attending. So we have a question to whom is it?
To the first speaker, do you
Julia, please, could you please show up?
Yes, I'm here.
And I terribly apologize because I didn't give you 1 minute to present yourself in the beginning.
No worries.
I
think the presentation was more important than.
I'm terribly sorry. I apologize. But it was all in a sudden. I came here to become the chair, and I didn't have the information regarding your person. So, what is the question? You want to approach so as to make sure that you will be audible.
Perfect. So you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Speak loudly.
I will try. Thank you for your presentation. It was really nice. Thank you so much. I want to ask you something about the IKP's policy. As we already know, after Kemal Atatürk was the president of Turkey, he tried, to westernize Turkey through secularism. So that's why he decided to separate the state from the religion. But after that, we see that during IKP policy, and especially when Ahmet Davutoğlu was in charge, he really tried to do the opposite thing. So my question is, what about the impact that this policy had to the Turkish population, especially if we think about the previous events, like everything that happened in Gezi Park in 13, when the people from Turkey, they tried to go against the government, tried to prove that their roots are in Kemalism and not in this religious point of view of this policy. So yes, basically I'm asking about the impact that this policy had to the people, because they don't identify themselves as Muslims anymore, but as not even European, like let's say Western citizens of Turkey, something like that. It's more close to Europe and not that yes, to Islam.
Okay, so actually, I mean, Turkish identity was always based also on Islamic identity as well. But the difference in the period, let's say, until the AKP, and maybe not until the AKP, maybe until 2007, 2008, it was Diyanet was controlled by the state, and actually it's a continuity because it's still controlled by the state, but now the state has a little bit different objectives than, let's say, the secular allied before. And as for the Gezi parks, I think they are not necessarily they weren't against Islamic identity. They were more against authoritarianism. And as you also mentioned, departing from, let's say, Turkey's European apartness. So yes, I don't think it's like a huge shift. I mean, we have like these pro-conservative measures ever since the 80s. Actually, Turkish populism tried to use ever since the 50s. So since we have like a democratic system and multi-party system in Turkey, so we have a certain part of the political elites who were using Islamic votes. So I don't think it's really a novel experience, but now, yes, we can see an enhancement of it. So it's more pronounced. And if I have to have like a conclusion on this, I don't even think that necessarily the AKP had like an Islamic agenda. It's more like populism, because we have seen it went through different ideologies over the time, and populism basically doesn't have an ideology. It has like host ideologies, and Islamism was one of them, especially in the period when in the period of the Arab Spring, for example, and it was also unfortunately provoked. I mean, this shift, yes, the word I was looking for, was also provoked partly by the stallment of negotiations with the EU. So yes, I think it's way more complex. I don't know if I answered your question.
If I may add something here, building on your comment, that President Erdogan himself described his party many times as Muslim Democrats or conservative Democrats, and that is a reminiscent of Angela Merkel's party of the Christian Democrats. I think this is the political direction that many Islamist parties aspired to follow and to adopt, being modeled after the turn of Erdogan's party, that he does not affiliate with classical traditional Islamism of the Muslim Brothers, but rather as a modern Muslim conservative party that falls within the center-right of the political spectrum. If it's okay with your question, if we have more questions to Julia or to Julia, okay. Perhaps it's better.
Yes, so my name is Akil Kayo, I spoke before. I got a question for you regarding, I noticed that you mentioned that now the office in charge of religious affairs has a budget larger than the Ministry of Interior, which is quite striking. Which is quite striking, I mean, for a state that relies a lot on security, so to speak, regarding its political past and its ongoing struggling with the Kurds and other challenges abroad with the Gulenists, I mean. But point being now, I mean, from my travels in the Balkans, I have noticed that TICA has invested quite a lot in renovating mosques and related with mosque diplomacy. What is the impact, I mean? What is Turkey gaining? From my conversations that I have had with Albanians or with Bosnians, I don't know, I don't see them being, okay, Bosnians perhaps are a little more pro-Turkish, but Albanians are not so. Perhaps Macedonian and Albanian are a little bit more.
They built a hospital for them.
I mean, of course, but even after the earthquake 3 or 4 years ago, they invested quite a lot in rebuilding a neighborhood in Durazzo and Durrës. Anyway, but point being, what are they getting back? I mean, I don't see pro-Turkish sentiment rising or something.
It actually depends on the country because, yes, in Albania we had also, I mean, there is also like a big part of the Muslim community. I mean, the Muslim community was divided, especially after the failed coup attempt in Turkey, into, on one hand, we have those who supported Gulen and those who are against Gulen. You probably know that after the failed coup attempt, actually, Erdogan tried to convince countries from the Balkans and from all parts of the world. He negotiated the extradition of, not necessarily extradition, but this also happened of the Islamic leadership linked to Gulen. And on the other hand, the closure of the schools and also of the social society organizations linked to the movement. So in Albania, the Gulen movement was, and it still is quite strong. And this might be the reason why we don't have such strong pro-Turkish sentiments. But until this division, let's say, I mean, between the government and the Gulen movement, because they were partners before. So before we had like positive sentiments. And if we look at the Muslim world generally, whenever Erdogan wins, we can see also like manifestation in his favor. So I think the policy is quite successful. And I also, this is just like a suspicion of mine. I don't think that in case the opposition comes to power, they will abandon this policy completely, because it is also successful for businesses. So behind the mosque buildings and also opening TICA offices or Yunus Emre offices, there are also business going on. So in the background, so it is fruitful for the Turkish state and also for like companies in these countries, but usually, as I mentioned, so unfortunately it works like this on the basis of clientelism. So the loyal, let's say, businessmen are the ones who are winning. So maybe in the future, even if we see like a change of government, a change of leadership in Turkey, we might see together with it a change of companies who are benefiting from all these projects abroad. And yes, Turkey grew a lot. If we look at the Middle East, and there's the Middle East Eye, I think a survey, I think this is the name. They do, I don't know exactly, I don't remember now, but they do it. They had this survey also about attitudes toward Turkey, and they are mostly favorable. And also in Africa, Turkey is growing a lot. So I think it is successful, to be honest. So it's not only about whether people like him or not, it's also about business behind. So yes, I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you very much, definitely. It seems that her topic provoked many questions. Do we have more questions for Julia, Alexandra? I have a very easy one. It's more like a remark and not actually a question. As I have seen throughout your slideshow, I think that that concept of hard geography falls within the same limits, the same borders of Misak Mili, if I'm not mistaken. The very famous national oath or national pact that was presented by the last Ottoman parliament before the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire, that was talking about the territories, the Ottoman territories that should not be lost by the allies, etc. If I'm not mistaken, but this is the impression I have from your presentation.
It can be. I mean, it overlaps actually with many, let's say, geographies, as I mentioned. So I think it's a very flexible concept, and but in the end, actually, it starts to overlap with the entire Muslim world. So
yes, because it was focusing on the Balkans, and as far as I remember, in Misak Mili, they were talking a lot about referenda taking place in Balkan Muslim majority territories that were lost to other states, but they originally belonged before First World War to the Ottomans. So thank you very much, Julia. Do we have other questions for Julia? Okay. We may proceed to thank you so much, Julia. And we may proceed with other questions for our speakers.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would have a question for Kinga.
Kinga. Okay, she's behind you.
I really liked your presentation, and I really liked how you brought up some examples of what is in the museums and how the Orthodox Church was prominent. But given this is a non-state, sort of non-state finance museum, I was wondering how you would define the memory entrepreneurs in terms of Bernard Kubik. You may know it, memory actors, who were behind shaping memory in that particular landscape, the memory scape. Who are the memory entrepreneurs in the concept? And memory entrepreneurs. Memory entrepreneurs. Yeah. What do you mean by that? Oh, okay. Well, that would come back to the memory studies and defining the actors in memory as memory entrepreneurs would be one of the We can speak about it later.
Sorry,
Yes,
that
because
yes.
no,
Yes, that would be great. Okay, thank you.
So,
We will discuss that.
you will discuss it later on. Okay. Do we have other questions for Kinga? You want to pose a question to Kinga? Okay, please, you have the floor.
I really found fascinating your topic, and I'm also interested in the ways that, let's say, memory shapes the national identity. But correct me if I'm wrong, you spoke more about narratives than memory. So I was wondering about your framework, and then about if you can give us a comment about the interplay between narratives and memory. And to what extent the events of 1970s and 1980s created this kind of narratives, but also influenced memory. But I'm mainly interested about your methodological framework about memory. Thanks.
In this presentation, I focus on narratives because also, again, I have 15 minutes. But like I mentioned, it's a part of a bigger project where I also focus on memory. So again, like methodology in this presentation, again, it's more about how memory is shaped by narrative that is presented in formal and informal education.
That was one of the questions. The other two, one of them was about the 1970s and 1980s events and the way that influenced the narratives. And at the same time, about between narratives and memory. Because
can we focus on first?
Yes.
1970s and 1980s.
Yes. How these events create different kinds of historical pasts.
1970s, you mean the division?
Exactly.
The invasion.
1980s, what do you mean by that?
What follow up the division? This kind of fluently political environment in Cyprus.
Okay.
And between communities.
Okay, but then again, why 1970s and why 1980s? Because these events shaped the narrative in the south part of Nicosia. When it's about both parts of Nicosia, we need to focus on 60s. Because again, Turkish Cypriot identity was mostly built on 11 years of division in the 60s, which is not spoken in the south. So when we are focusing on 70s and 80s, we are getting the Greek Cypriot narrative mostly. So did it shape the narrative in the south? Of course it did. Obviously, that was the reason to focus on the Byzantine time instead of Ottoman period, right? And the third question.
About the interplay on narratives and memory, but you already covered that. Thanks so much.
Do we have other questions for Kinga among the audience?
Very brief one, Emir. It's brief.
Κλειστό ήταν. You spoke a lot about, as it's natural, about...
Please speak louder a bit.
Okay. Okay, you spoke a lot, as it's natural, between the memory and the interplay of memory between Turks and Cypriots and their respective narratives, and how they're... Turkish Cypriots, of course, okay, but okay, you get for to be more briefly. So, but what about, I mean, you even mentioned about the presence of British, let's say, representations in the museums. I know, perhaps because it might have been brief, but what about Venetian or the Italian, so to speak, presence? Is it present in the museums? And if yes, under which light? Positive, negative?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. Actually, my focus is on Ottoman and British period because Venetian Italian period.
I don't focus on my research on Venetian and Italian period, but it's really interesting actually, because that's the most sort of neutral period of history. So, for example, as you probably know, the Nicosia Master Plan, the plan that was established in the 70s, that is what between Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots I forgot the word in English, to renovate both sides of Nicosia. So what they did, they decided first to not connect with Turkish or British period, because that's something that is dividing both groups. They decided to look farther where both groups were united. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more neutral / positive. Yes.
Any further questions for Kinga or for Katerina? Yanukaku? Yes, please. For Katerini?
Oh, sorry. Thank you again for the wonderful presentation. As the chair said, all of them were fascinating and very inspiring. I was wondering with Thessaloniki, in which kind of meaning you use the cosmopolitan? Maybe just for clarification, do you use it in terms of describing the city, or do you use it as a conceptual framework of cosmopolitan memory? I mean, the one defined by Levy and...
So, Thessaloniki has been characterized as cosmopolitan, not at this point because of the many different ethnicities lived here, not only the Muslims, the Christians, the Jews, but the Westerns and the Armenians and stuff. I use it in that context, not in the memorial context you said. However, it is a term that follows the city and the citizens, as I was born here, so I lived my childhood here. Actually, I think we had, don't we?
I think also it's an ideological term.
It is, but I'm not using it like that. I'm using it to describe a city at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century that had too many different type of identities and type of citizens that interacted and formed what we call the urban society, the civil society of Thessaloniki. This is my context. And this, at least at the 50s and at the 60s, form and the civil society, especially of the center of Thessaloniki, they carried these memories with them. As my family was an urban family of Thessaloniki, lasting 2 generations from the 19th century, I heard them speaking about, you know, the wealth and the very nice buildings, and the roads were like that, and the roads were like this. But I didn't see it in my scenery when I was growing up. So this is the context of cosmopolis that I am referring to. I don't know.
Yes, and if I could add something to her explanation, keeping on the ideological trail, well, I think it's something like a syndrome of the city's elites after the 90s to show to everyone that that city used to be a peaceful, multicultural city, cosmopolitan city, somehow, you know, to whitewash the darkest aspects of our history. Some Jewish pogroms, the need to extract everything Turkish that reminded them of the Ottoman times, like reconverting mosques to, you know, to churches, or even to other kinds of public places, etc. So I think it's deeply ideological.
Maybe just to react, because conceptually, cosmopolitan memory is very well developed
my own opinion, doesn't fit at Thessaloniki at all. But would maybe fit better and would be interesting to conceptualize it like this as the antagonistic and agonistic memory. And that would be very interesting to today, how it's being shaped and framed by this concept. Maybe just as I think if you want to take a closer look into that.
Just a quick, speaking from panels, the thing is that in Thessaloniki, we tried so hard to believe in Turkish, and the Turkish word was, a bad word. Oh, this is Turk. I was hearing that into my childhood. Oh, this is from the Turks, like that.
Like rubbish.
Yes, like rubbish. And a very prominent example is the Hamzadeh Mosque, which was probably the oldest mosque of Thessaloniki, 1468, was turned into a cine for adult films. Two karate movies and one sex movie. And this is the 80s and the 90s.
That was a very interesting point that you mentioned here. It should have been mentioned also in during the presentation. Do we have a oh, okay, of course. That's the meaning of the discussion.
I don't know much about history of Thessaloniki, so pardon if it's very obvious. But since when the policy of oblivion started in Thessaloniki?
1950s.
And how does that go with Greek-Turkish relations? Are there any improvements in this area? What I mean by that, can you pinpoint, for example, years that actually the policy changed toward the Turkish Ottoman monuments? Because I'm thinking about Nicosia and what happened there. So in 1974, streets started changing their names. The monuments were left without any protection. In 2003, when the first checkpoint was opened, there was this narrative that they destroy, we protect, even though it's a heritage, or Ottoman heritage. It's a symbol of us that we want, that we do good, so we protect even Ottoman heritage. And but until 2008, more or less, it was like that. Now we have more and more bi-communal initiatives that take care of Ottoman tangible heritage. Can we pinpoint like periods of years that the policy towards Ottoman monuments was changing, and just compare it with Greek-Turkish relations, for example?
I will try.
Την περίοδο του καλού Ερντογάν.
So the first date that comes to mind is the 1923, the Treaty of Lausanne and the Exchange Population Convention. So when the Muslims left the city, because until the 1923 the Muslims lived here, so we couldn't raise them, they were here. So as long as the Muslims leave the city, and we have to relocate their properties to Greek citizens that have come from Smyrna. So it is, I think, the first attempt to put them into oblivion. Then we have a period of 10 years or so that I think that the major problem was the Jews. We have to deal with the Jews. And then we have the Second World War. So after the second date that comes to mind is the 1950s, that there is a distinct cleansing procedure that Thessaloniki is not Ottoman, it's not Jewish, it's Byzantine. We delete anything else, and we reconnect with our Byzantine history.
was turned into a museum, and too many Turks came to visit the museum.
Also, Yeni Jami was given for public prayers to Muslims.
And we have several restoration monuments, and with tomorrow we have the opening of the metro. Many
The
monuments
tube.
in that line started to be renovated. So a very, constructural event influenced the historical monument. But I think that the tourism section played a major role because we opened the borders to Balkans and to Turkey. I think that the correlation between Greece and Turkey from our side doesn't have such an influence because we keep going to Istanbul. But when they do have problems, some years ago, with issuing a visa, or in the 2016 with the coup in Turkey, then we had problems from Turks to come here. I don't know if I covered you. Yes, thank you.
So, would you like to respond to Merve, to her question? Okay, Merve, she's all yours to respond to your comment.
Thank you for this question. So I just divided it into two. When it's about the Center of Visual Art and the Research, I didn't focus that much on the private museums and the research centers. The Leventis was just an exception because it's supposed to show the history of the city, which is the main part of my research. When it's about TFAD, the Center for Visual Art and Research, that's the place that focus on art, on costumes, on the jewelry. So that wasn't really within my research interest. But I was happy to see that you were surprised that Leventis Museum has some artifacts from the Ottoman Turkish period. However, the choices of this of this exhibition are very interesting. Like I mentioned, there's mostly crosses or the list of dragomans or archbishops, or so it's a very religious, Orthodox-focused exhibition instead of general Ottoman Turkish part of Nicosian history.
The microphone doesn't work.
Doesn't work. Should I repeat everything?
You should repeat everything from the beginning.
No, but
I think she heard you.
she did. Okay.
Did you, Merve, did you hear Kinga?
I think we have to check the chat.
She doesn't have audio, yes.
Yes.
Where is it? Okay. Chat. I understand your point, Melina, but I need to tell you that as a Cypriot born and raised in Nicosia, this is someone else writing. Melina, this is a short comment for King.
Yes,
this is a new one, or the old one?
That was already.
Okay. She says,
There's a new message.
hello, this is a short comment. Yes. I understand your point, but I need to tell you that as a Cypriot born and raised in Nicosia, Leventis Museum is not representative of our city, she says.
Yes, and I totally agree. That was my point as well, that the main goal of Leventis Museum is supposed to be represent the history of the city, which we clearly can say that it does not do what it's supposed to do. So then we can come to a conclusion that Nicosia does not have a place that represent Ottoman Turkish period. There's no common ground, there's no room yet in a city that would represent this part of the Nicosian history.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think you responded to those questions. We also have our last speaker, Zekirgia Shabani, if we want to pose questions to him. Me personally, I have a question. Zekirgia, are you with us? Are you still with us? Zekirgia Shabani? Where did you go? We need you. We need you to ask you some questions. Where are you? Well, I don't know what happened. We should have told him to remain, to hold on. Well, things like this in a hybrid situation, so hybrid situation, having text, speech, remote, in person. Well, he's not here. Left? For sure? Did he leave? Well, seems so. Okay, do we have other questions? Έχουμε χάσει έναν... Δεν ξέρω, κάπου φύγει. Έφυγε, έπρεπε να μείνει, αλλά έχει φύγει. Γιατί είχαμε ρωτήσεις τώρα δηλαδή. Οκ. Εντάξει, τώρα μην το παρακάνουμε κι εμείς. Okay. Do we have any further questions for our remaining speakers, participants? No? Thank you so much. And we were perfectly on time. By the way, I want to talk to you since you work, you said, on Jerusalem.
Yes, I do.
Because I'm
Yes.
I have prepared a presentation that
The
I can share.
PowerPoint, yes, please. Please do. I will present you.
Okay. Let me see how this Zoom works.
Well, our first speaker is Melina Flores.
Yes.
She is going to present a topic entitled Official History and Family Memory about the recent past in Cyprus.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Can you see my presentation? Okay.
Yes, yes.
I would like to be there with you in the beautiful city of Thessaloniki, but unfortunately I'm homebound in Nicosia due to sickness. But I would like to extend my congratulations to the persons who set up this conference and to all of you who are presenting and attending this conference. I have prepared this short presentation for you. My presentation has the title Official History and Family Memory about the recent past in Cyprus, and has, let me see how I can change, and has this format. I am presenting data that I collected for my doctoral research, which was set in Nicosia. It's not a typical city, it's a divided city. And my research was focused on how Greek Cypriots, survivors of the events of 1974, approach what their children are taught about the events of 1974 at school. And when I mean children of 14 to 15 years of age. In brief, in 1974, there was a coup d'état occurred in Cyprus to overthrow the elected president, and was followed by a Turkish invasion, which was organized in 2 phases. Now, due to the time constraints of this presentation, I cannot elaborate much on this historical background now, but if you want, I can share more information at the end of the presentation. The Greek Cypriot community is organizing many commemorative actions, like ceremonies, building monuments, setting official calendar for the events of 1974, but there is still not an official consensus about the events, about these events, which is promoted by all political parties. Each party tends to endorse its own narrative about the events of 1974. History is an autonomous compulsory subject in the Greek Cypriot curriculum. The state produces and distributes a textbook on local history, which has remained almost unchanged for the past decades. Its last chapter is about the events of 1974, and they are the 2 pictures that, the 2 pages that you can see. There is a short text of 5 paragraphs, 3 black and white pictures, 1 map, and a small glossary. I consider this book as an product of how the past is expected to be remembered, as the state selects what knowledge should be conveyed to the youngsters, and the historical narrative becomes a cultural tool, not only for delivering historical knowledge of how this nation would like to see its past, but for cultivating a sense of national identity among students. Needless to say that this master narrative dominates and silences any traumatic experience of those within the community as endangering social cohesion. So what follows are the views of parents and grandparents of students of 14 to 15 years of age on how they approach the history textbook and the history teacher of their children. Now, please accept my apologies for the many and lengthy extras of interview texts. As this is the only study focused on adult survivors of 1974, I wanted to do justice to the research participants and have their own voice to be heard. Now, family members appeared to dislike the textbook. As you can see in the extracts, they are dissatisfied about the limited scope of the narrative. They are displeased with the vagueness in the language. It's actually a wooden, distant type of language. They challenge the validity and level of truthfulness of historical information, and they object to the narrative framing in the historical knowledge their children tend to receive. They seem to support that the textbook remains the same for decades, as the state hesitates to confront the bitter past. Some of them believe that reframing the story to introduce more actors and actions in the events of 1974 might bring social unrest, as the extra shows, but the majority feel that this selective approach in context makes it easier for the government of the day to continue the status quo and to make the students stand distant from politics. They understand that what should be said about our common past is too difficult to be mentioned politically. Now, it's not only about the history textbook, it's also about the history teacher. And I happen to be a history teacher in the public schools. Parents avoid communication with their children's history teachers because they look at them like public servants of the ministry. There is not, the teachers are being degraded as professionals. Actually, some of them believe that teachers use their position to promote their personal ideologies and beliefs during the history lesson. And as the two extras show below, they use the history lesson to discriminate against students with different views about the past and different memories about the past, different memories of their families, I mean. Participants see politics as blocking them from dealing with the past. They appear dissatisfied with the state's effort to claim ownership of this past while ignoring them. And for this reason, they demand to have their own voice when talking about their recent past, and they become involved in their children's history learning to provide them with a more authentic representation of the past. As the table shows, they utilize 3 actions to convey their experiences about 1974 to their children: storytelling about the past, watching or attending a funeral of a missing person, and visiting memory sites. Now, based on their answers, the majority of these participants tend to narrate stories to their children about how they survived the events of the troubled past. And this category, storytelling, contains 2 types of stories: spontaneous talking and folk tales. Spontaneous talking is when the narration of these stories could start everywhere, and after the children request to learn something more about something that they heard at school, as the extract shows. Talking about the past is seen by the adult as a spontaneous act of transmitting memories, is not a self-conscious, is not targeted type of communicating memories. 2 participants, 2 grandmothers, also mentioned that they are creating their own folk tales, in Greek paramythia, to transfer their lived experience of the past in a more relaxed and amusing way. And this is not something odd found in Cyprus. We can find it in existing literature. And these type of folktales are also helping children understand the world they were brought in and understand the notions of causality and chronology of events. The second action participants are doing to help their children become more aware of the past is watching and attending funerals of missing persons. Broadcasted on TV, this action becomes another stimulus for initiating talk about 1974, as memories are being conveyed through an event in which another story is narrated. Now, during the period of this research, these funerals were a common sight on public TV almost every week. This action brings together the past events of 1974 to today, as children could see the consequences of the past in their daily lives and raise questions about the missing person. Attending these funerals was seen as helping the child to understand the bitter past and encourage their children to communicate their family memories and values, as the extra below shows. In my research, for example, Maria talked extensively about the human loss in her family and about attending the funeral of her missing uncle. But what struck me the most was the words her son used in his effort to emphasize the family bond by communicating some of his family values. For researchers, this type of children's involvement in family history extends the duration of family memory and allows families to recreate themselves. The third action, more risky and more painful than the other two, was about visiting areas of special interest for their families with their children to help them share the experiences of the past. As the extra below shows, this mother took her children to her village, which is now in the occupied side of Cyprus, because she wanted her children to bond with her place. In this way, children were able to visualize the memories of their families in these memory sites and set in their context the stories they kept listening. Now, co-creating and sharing family values in memory sites, it's seen as helping the youngsters to understand their position in the world and develop their history understanding. Now, storytelling, attending ceremonies, and visiting places are all action of memorialization, which preserve the memories of survivors and the meaning survivors give to them while passing to the following generations. Memorialization is a demanding process in which the survivor becomes resilient and can recover from the traumatized past. It's about sharing personal memory that enables children to understand the history of their family. And through this kind of intergenerational narratives, adults communicate their family values and memories, and children form a sense of the place in their world. It's also a social process, because through memorialization, for constructing collective identity, local societies choose to remember from the troubled past and where they want to head in the future. However, intergenerational stories are used by adults as a means of communicating their experiences about their past, as a way of interpreting the past, but they also have a negative influence, as the extra below shows, on the way children conceptualize the past, as adults may attempt to transform their personal memories into a kind of collective memory according to how they make sense of the past. For example, in this extract, this elder storyteller communicated beliefs, attitudes, and identities about the past and led the listener in developing ideas about the past grounded in her experience she decided to share. And the child, as you can see below, evaluated the history past as directed by this living historian and accepts that the memories and experiences of the past, as told by the older person, are actually the truth of the past. Existing research is concerned about how intergenerational narratives might influence children's understanding of this historical past. Because children adopt those memories about the past and inherit certain duties to accomplish as future citizens for securing the existence of the country, to revenge an injustice, or to fulfill a historic destiny. On the other hand, intergenerational narratives can also exert positive influence on children, as you can see in the extract below. Research on intergenerational narratives emphasizes the connections between older and younger generation experiences and suggests that sharing family memories can actually contribute to the making of the future self of the child. Now, my study shows the participant family members' ideas on the relationship between politics and history learning. It revealed that Greek Cypriot survivors of 1974 not only questioned the official narrative, but also demand to have their own voice when talking about the recent past. And they appeared dissatisfied with the state's effort to claim ownership of their past while appropriating their history and ignoring them. And that's why they become involved in their children's history learning. Now, it sheds light on the role intergenerational narratives may acquire in helping youngsters to shape future selves, forming a sound understanding about the past or adopting the adults' beliefs and stances about the past. And it also shows us the need to further investigate intergenerational narratives in conflict-ridden societies. And most importantly, it raises the need to explore children as recipients of historical information from different sources, such as family, schools, and media, and platforms such as the World Wide Web, TikTok, and YouTube, and the stances they develop towards the past. So, thank you for your attention. I hope I was not talking too fast. I tried not to exceed my minutes.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, you kept the time. Everything is perfect. I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions, comments to Melina Foris before we proceed with our next speaker. There's nothing. I would like to ask you if you can tell us in short which are the different interpretations of these events. If you can,
Oh boy, this is a tough cookie, I feel. There are many different interpretations within the Greek Cypriot community about the past and within the whole population in Cyprus, including Turkish Cypriots, Latin, Armenians, and Maronites.
No, there is no master narrative at the moment in Cypriot historiography.
I feel that we are no longer at the stage of some previous decades ago where everything was divided between what the left side said and what the right side said, mostly because when we have, after 2003-4, when the checkpoints were open and we are able to have some communication, we are not free. I mean, that's what I mean, some communication. Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots, I can see the development of another field, mostly from the younger generation who are actually educated and they like to research and learn more. And by doing that, more things about the past are revealed, that they were shaded and shadowed by the dominant historical narrative. Although this is very promising, and there are many NGOs like AHDR and the Home for Cooperation who are working on this regard, we still haven't seen any major change in the history curriculum in the public schools, I'm afraid. So I guess we have a long way to go.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we move to our next presenter, who is, I hope he's still with us, Alexandru Miletić. Can you hear us?
I'm still here.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to present you. You have PowerPoint to upload. Alexandru Miletić will present a topic entitled Challenging Narratives, Shared Memories of Serbian Albanian Coexistence in Kosovo in the 20th and 21st centuries?
Well, thank you. So first, I have to excuse myself. I have not yet digested completely the topic, and I do not provide you with a comprehensive study, nor with an overarching, well-thought methodology. So I'm in the midst of research, and I share with you, I would say, more of my doubts and the questions than I will be able to come up with some overarching conclusions. And then my conclusions are preliminary conclusions. At the beginning, I didn't greet you. So hello, everyone. I greet you from Belgrade, and I hope you can all hear me clearly. I have a presentation, and I can share it now. So please give me a few moments to do it. So challenging grand narratives, shared memory of Serbian-Albanian coexistence in Kosovo. So I would like, and actually I decided to begin this presentation with what might seem like naive, excuse me, with what might seem like a naive and simple and somewhat pastoral account of friendship between a Serb and Albanian, a type of story that, despite its apparent simplicity and naivety, played a role in maintaining the functionality of the state and society in socialist Yugoslavia. So this comes from 1977, and this was an official journal of the Communist Party in Kosovo. The story about the friendship of people who actually managed to live together, who became brothers, and you can see that they hug themselves, but somehow it seemed to be some kind of tension between them. But one cannot deny that the states actually had this genuine genuine notion of what might be considered a functionality of the state society and this communal life in Kosovo. Of course, however, we know very well that this shared existence was shattered by the violent breakdown of the Yugoslav state, culminating in the ethnically motivated violence and eventually also the warfare in Kosovo during 1998, 1999. And then in the aftermath, with Kosovo's declaration of independence and Serbia's deep resentment over these developments, we have witnessed the emergence and reinforcement of national grand narratives. These narratives continue to serve the ethnic aspirations of both Serbian and Albanian communities, perpetuated by the authorities in Serbia and Kosovo, as well as by their respective political and intellectual elites. So we have all those common features of the grand narratives, which include unilateral approach, self-victimization, then violence in Kosovo portrayed as a normalized and nearly exclusive. The only form of ethnic communication is actually the violence. Then we have a kind of synergy between the political elites, intellectual elites, mainstream historiography, and the media. We have also ethnicized public commemoration and particularly in Kosovo, destruction of monuments from the socialist era, especially those commemorating this kind of unity between Serbs and Albanians in autonomous province. And of course, what we come up now with this rise of populist ideologies is that these negative trends might only be intensified. And these unfortunate outcomes of these narratives are vividly visible in public spaces and symbols in both Kosovo and Serbia. For instance, here in this slide, you can see the monument to Boro Vukmirovic and Ramiz Sadiku, symbols of the Serbian, Montenegrin, and Albanian communist solidarity. So they were the friends, the comrades, and they died together. They were killed by the Italian fascists. And you can see that Boro's bust is missing. So the monument was desecrated. The only remaining bust is of Ramiz Sadiku, the Albanian guy. So we find even more striking the front pages of Serbian tabloid newspapers, which are filled with hate speech, with insults, and the derogatory language directed at Albanians, as you may see here. The unfortunate outcomes of these narratives are also you can see it also with the monumental sculpture of this is also it was a representation of Boro and Ramiz, a beautiful, almost a megalithic monument near Prizren. It was dynamited, and then this memorial center dedicated to Kosovo Liberation Army was erected on the spot. So in Belgrade, in Belgrade suburb Borča, we can see these hooligans who staged a riot in front of a bakery owned by an Albanian family. And as you can see in the slide, the two roasted pig heads were placed outside the bakery, a kind of a deliberate and offensive anti-Muslim gesture. So the visible representation of grand narratives highlights this divisive impact of ethno-nationalism. However, what about efforts to challenge these narratives? And what about alternative voices emerging from the realm of human rights activism? Unfortunately, as we turn to this contrasting perspective, we see almost an utter and a complete and almost a universal failure. So the civil society sector and NGOs, they really tried and they have struggled on multiple fronts, but they have failed almost everywhere. So they failed to address grand narratives. They failed in advocating reconciliation. They failed in promoting transitional justice, and particularly in confronting crimes committed within their own communities. So these failures have left them open to harsh criticism, which has been systematically analyzed in Leah David's excellent book, as I will elaborate further on this book. So after assessing the evident failures of strategies employed by human rights activists, I feel it is essential to explore alternative approaches to addressing these challenges. And these alternatives are outlined here as proposals, like proposal 1 to 3. Proposal 1 suggests shifting the scale of intervention from the macro grand narratives to the meso and perhaps most importantly, micro levels of activism and perspective. This approach emphasizes localized and community-based efforts, moving away from broad abstract frameworks that often fail to resonate with ordinary people. Then we have a proposal 2, which advocates combining traumatic accounts with affirmative narratives when addressing the history of interethnic relations. This suggestion directly responds to one of Leah David's main critiques, namely that confronting the traumatic experiences of atrocities and crimes committed by one's own ethnic group rarely leads to a kind of societal catharsis. The mechanisms of psychotherapy, which may work effectively on an individual level, do not produce comparable results when applied at a collective societal scale. For this reason, reconciliation processes might benefit from incorporating affirmative accounts, or perhaps even reconsidering the complete exclusion of the focus on traumatic narratives. So finally, we have this proposal 3, which highlights the need for irreversible reforms aimed at fostering a more inclusive and less antagonistic approach to history education. As my friend Sharenets shared my fatalistic notions about what might be the prospect for that kind of reforms in nowadays Serbia, or at least in Serbian case. This proposal is unfortunately almost entirely utopian under the current political circumstances. And there is little doubt that the current Serbian authorities are unlikely to engage in this kind of comprehensive reforms. So one particular, when going through these, let's say, to certain degree successful strategies, one particularly successful example of active collaboration between Serbian and Albanian activists occurred in 2019 during the ecological protest in the villages of the Shara mountain region. So protesters were carrying banners written in both Serbian and Albanian. You cannot read it. And unfortunately, our friend from Kosovo left us and he could translate. So you have inscriptions in Cyrillic, in Serbian, but also in Albanian. So they protested together. They gathered for these riots around the Serbian restaurant in one of these villages, and then they would go together. And there is a Serbian participant who shared with us in the interview information that his Albanian friends advised him not to stand in the front rows of the protest. So why? The reasoning was pragmatic. Since the police officers were predominantly Albanian, and they thought actually to protect him, and they thought it would be easier for the Albanian protesters to negotiate things with these police officers. So when you come up to this micro scale of interethnic dynamics, then some extraordinary things might prove to be feasible, possible, and a completely different environment of this interethnic relations might be disclosed. And so this is also the banner. It was written in English, and then at the end it was written in Serbian and Albanian. So I will also point out to this attempt of dealing with the history of Serbian-Albanian relations by using or by combining micro-scale perspective. So this small environment of Gnilane community and occurrence which took place in 1906, 1907, when the representatives of both Albanian and Serbian communities get together, and they gave a word to each other. In Albanian, it is besa. It is on the level of a customary law that they agree that they will protect each other, which provided for an unprecedented moment of the prosperity for these two communities in this period. So this is also a kind of attempt to approach this problem on a micro level or on a meso level, rather than on this grand level of interethnic confrontation. Then we have also this approach to combine biographical and affirmative approach by Shkelzen Gashi in Pristina, who found this distinguished person from Serbian history, who actually represented very much this high notion of the friendship and good relations between two communities. So we have also affirmative narratives of Serbian-Albanian relations in several monographs, books published in Belgrade and Pristina. And at the end, I come up to the very topic of my presentation, actually the research that I'm dealing with and that I was taking part in. It is a project entitled Extraordinary People, with the extra is in a bracket. So we think that ordinary people are actually extraordinary, because we find much more of the capacity to build an accountable society and a good neighborly relation and a functional society than by the intellectual political elites that are actually supposed to do this task. So it is a kind of documentation repository of coexistence in Kosovo. The research was conducted between 2019 and 2022 across several communities in Kosovo by the NGO, Center for History Studies and Dialogue, with the support of the organization in Kosovo. I was actually coordinating this whole research. This field research. Particular attention was given to episodes of mutual support, assistance, and aid extended to members of the so-called enemy community during periods of hostility, conflict, and war. And interviewees were ordinary individuals, unaffiliated with political or intellectual elites. So, this is how our web page looked like. So we have this account about Albanian neighbors who welcomed the Serb returnees with a watermelon, bread, and brandy, a plum rakia. So we have account in time of what in Serbia is called pogrom in March 2004, when there was a huge escalation of violence against Kosovo Serbs. We have found accounts of people who explained how they were actually helped or somehow hidden or provided a shelter or refuge by their Albanian neighbors. Then we have a beautiful story from Shara Mountain that during this escalation of violence, they did something similar to Serbian-Albanian BESA agreements, so that those representatives of these communities agreed between each other. They gave word that they will not attack each other, and there will be no one who would come from outside, that there will be no violence as coming from any paratroopers or paramilitaries. Then there is also this account of Albanians who are secretly visiting Serbs, because it became a kind of stigma to socialize with their Serbian neighbors nowadays in the public space, and under cover of night and in the darkness they would come to visit them, and when they meet them on the street they don't greet them, because they still fear what will be response from their own community. And there is an anecdote about the guy who received one Albanian friend in the dead of night, and then there was another on the doorbell, and he managed somehow to send the one who was already in the house on the back door, so that they will, so that these two Albanians, they will never meet each other, and they will not know that they were actually socializing with this guy. So that kind of let's say life accounts, stories that defy these stereotypes of the everlasting violence and hatred between two communities. We have gathered something like 150 interviews, and we published many of them, and I will come up to these preliminary conclusions. Preliminary because I still don't have a good framework in methodology or in terms of overall comprehensive tools to approach, to tackle these issues. But what turn out to be a kind of preliminary conclusions is that the negative stereotypes and ethnic animosities are prevalent among individuals who have had no direct experience with inter-ethnic interaction. For instance, Albanians in Pristina, where you don't have any Serbs anymore, or Serb community in northern Kosovo municipalities where you don't find any Albanians. I spoke even with a Serbian guy from one of community, and he told me that from the moment he was born, and he is something like 30 years old today, he never ever communicated with an Albanian. And of course, you find quite harsh attitudes towards the other community in these municipalities. So significantly more affirmative perceptions are found among interviewees who have actually experienced interethnic coexistence firsthand, and this is particularly evident in ethnically mixed environments where Serbs and Albanians continue to live together, such as in the municipalities of Kamenica and Štrpce. And in these methodological terms, my half conclusion or preliminary conclusion is that when applied to at the micro scale and community level, scholarly research and activist approaches may actually transcend the artificial context of politically driven narratives rooted in a mutual hostility between the two communities. So this was my half-baked presentation with my half thoughts and doubts and preliminary results provided by this autistic Zoom way of addressing ideas and presentation. I will now stop sharing.
Well, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. Are there any questions, comments?
Yes. Dr. Umit, yes. Congratulations on your presentation and for your work. I have a question. How well known is your work inside Serbia? Are people really interested in learning about stories of coexistence in Kosovo between Serbs and Albanians? Because what I got from your presentation is that the dominance of narratives depicting hostility, historic hostility between Serbs and Albanians in Kosovo.
Can I ask you to provide me maybe with a digest? I did not really digest the main issue, and I don't.
Can you hear me?
I didn't hear you quite well.
Okay. My question basically is the Serbian public aware of your work? Is there an audience in Serbia about the work you do? All the dominant narratives really don't leave any space for people like you to spread the word about a different relationship between Serb and Albanians in Kosovo.
So your question is whether there is some wide appreciation or at least knowledge about this positive.
Is there an audience? Yes. Is there an audience in Serbia about those views, or you're a lonely man, basically?
So my project, and this was actually the project that I was coordinating, did not receive any funding since 2022. The other thing, of course, we do have this this beautiful elitistic intellectual environments. When you come up to these left liberal media or the internet portals, and I ask them, what is the audience? How many people are actually visiting? And how many of them read the things that I publish there? It's a community of maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people. And we don't present any threat for the populist elites on power. And I mentioned here this synergy existing between mainstream historiography, between history education, between media, between these tabloids that use derogatory words and that spread this hate speech and this negative representation of Albanians. Whenever I spoke with this is why I put this to say kind of highlight on the ordinary people. Whenever I spoke with the ordinary people coming from Kosovo, they will always tell me that in this small environment, in this microcosm of their life, they always manage to find to negotiate good terms, not only acceptable terms with their neighbors, but an excellent terms of not only a coexistence and not only a tolerance, because when you tolerate someone, it is almost a derogatory term, but real living together. So not tolerating each other, but living and helping each other. But you know, it might be a kind of Darwinism in all of this, because those Serbian communities that survived in Kosovo, they were somehow supported, and they were somehow, even before of all these hostilities, war and crimes, they were managing to be on good terms with their neighbors, and then they were protected during the war, as they protected their Albanian neighbors from Serbian paramilitaries, from Serbian army, police units, and so on. And then when KLA arrived, when the Albanian paramilitary arrived, they were protected also by their Albanian neighbors. They would go and guarantee it for them. They would tell, this guy is honest. He did not do any harm to anybody. Don't do any harm to him, and that kind of thing. So on the community level, on the level of this small microcosm of life, people are managing to negotiate good terms between them. The problem, and I would say the evil, is a kind of exogenous. It comes from these irresponsible political and intellectual elites. And then also among them, You find also this a kind of small exotic left liberal circles in Belgrade, also in Pristina, but they don't have so much impact, they don't have so much influence on the overall society. And what I mentioned here is that we can see that among the people in Kosovo who never experienced these dynamics of interethnic relations, who never actually had any communication with like the Serbians from the northern Kosovo or the Albanians from Pristina, so that these negative attitudes are prevailing. And wherever they were forced to communicate and to live together, it's a different kind of story. And I think it might be a glorious example of humankind in a territory which is somehow, in general terms, we think cursed or somehow contaminated by what we think as a kind of never-ending hatred and never-ending conflict. And when you see the way it is represented in Europe or in Belgrade nowadays, and when I go there and speak with Serbs, the minority in Kosovo, they would tell me, if we ever lived the way it is described and portrayed in Belgrade, no one would stay here for a minute. So completely contrasting perspectives. And this, what I propose, is shifting the scales of intervention and shifting the scales of observance, because you find these bits and pieces of normality and functionality on the micro level, but you don't find it in the macro level. And you find these good neighbors visiting each other in the dead of night, under the cover of the night, because they feel somehow stigmatized if any of their members of their own community might find out that they actually visiting that they are visiting each other.
Well, thank you very much. And now our next speaker is Filippo Pucci. He is going to present on the theme entitled Memories and Myths about the contested minority during and after the socialist period in Albania.
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this very interesting conference. I'm sure that I wasn't from the beginning. I just arrived from the airport, and it was a lot of traffic, so I ran to be on time. This is a presentation of an ongoing work I'm doing together with Professor Elias Kouridas, who was to present today, but he was very sick yesterday. He has fever, he can't speak, and so I came in his place to make some comments upon this ongoing work that we would have. Basically, we would like to analyze the role of historiography in producing and reproducing some social needs around the Greek minority living in Albania. I will focus today on the Albanian side, because I've been working on the Albanian side and Professor Kouridas on the Greek side. So I will make some, let's say, some comments, and I would like to hear your opinions about this, about our work. So the Greek minority in Albania during and after the socialist period, because we have analyzed the period before 1990s and the period after the fall of socialism. This minority represents a microcosmos of the broader tensions between nationalism and communism in the Balkans, in ideological, narrative, and political level. This minority became a focal point for competing nationalist narratives, social myths, and state policies, reflecting both domestic powers dynamics and regional geopolitics. Central to understanding this phenomena is the role of historiography in shaping, disseminating, and perpetuating these myths. During the socialist era in Albania,
the Albanian regime leveraged historical narratives to sustain a unified national identity while simultaneously marginalizing the Greek minority for political ends, quasi-marginalizing, let's say. The aftermath of socialism saw this narrative evolve, adapting to the resurgence of nationalist ideologies in the post-socialist era. So, in the before 1990s, in, let's say, Enver Hoxha's Albania, historiography served as a powerful tool for national building and ideological consolidation, but this was not only the case of Albania, it was very common in the Balkans and in the whole East Europe, let's say. The regime emphasized a homogeneous Albanian identity, sidelining ethnic minorities, including the Greeks, in official historical narratives. This approach reflected a broader strategy to suppress potential sources of division within the socialist states. The Greek minorities' omission from mainstream historiography was not an oversight, but a deliberate act of erasure, designed to project an image of unity and strength. The Albanian state's or official historiography also constructed a sanitized version of the Greek minorities' past, avoiding discussions of their historical grievances or distinct cultural identity. However, this absence of the Greek minority from the official historiography was not absolute. I will focus today on one very interesting, let's say, propagandistic book of Enver Hoxha, Two Friendly People, which was like let's say, the Bible for the whole Greek minority. I remember myself, we had this book, and my father used to read it to me when I was a little boy. So, the Greek minority in this book is portrayed positively, but selectively. The book highlights the minority's contributions to the socialist state, framing them as loyal citizens and symbols of Albanians' inclusivity. Yet, this portrayal was less about acknowledging the minority's cultural and historical identity and more about reinforcing the regime's ideological narrative. This book provides a unique insight into how the Albanian socialist regime selectively engaged with the Greek minority to serve its ideological and political goals. The book, which discusses Albanian and Greek relations across various historical and political contexts, presents the Greek minority in Albania as an emblem of unity and cooperation between the two people, between the two nations. At its core, the book is carefully curated work that emphasizes the solidarity and shared struggles of Albanians and Greeks against common enemies, particularly during the World War II. Hoxha highlights the contribution of the Greek minority to Albania's anti-fascist resistance, portraying them as an integral participants in the socialist revolution. This emphasis serves a dual purpose. First, it underscores the regime's narrative and inter-ethnic unity, while positioning the minority as loyal citizens who embrace the Albanian socialist project. The presentation of the Greek minority in this book also reflects the regime's broader strategy of using historiography as a tool for social engineering. Hoxha presents the Greek minority as beneficiaries of the socialist state's progressive policies, enjoying equal rights and opportunities alongside the Albanian majority. For example, he notes the constitutional guarantees for the minority's cultural and educational rights, such as Greek language schooling within the minority, the so-called minority zones. This portrayal aligns with the regime's efforts to showcase Albania as a model of ethnic harmony, particularly in contrast to the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. But also, this book was published in 1985, in a period when the Greek-Albanian diplomatic relations were restored, because the diplomatic relations were restored in the early 70s. Before, we didn't have diplomatic relations, and so the book was aligning with this, let's say, new Greek-Albanian relations. Okay. Now, after the 1990s, after the collapse of socialism in Albania, the 1990s brought significant changes to the country's political and ideological landscape, including historiography. While the Marxist-Leninist framework that had dominated historical narratives under Hoxha was officially abandoned, the nationalist orientation deeply embedded within that framework persisted. Rather than representing a radical break, post-communist historiography in Albania reflected a continuation of some themes developed during the socialist period, now reinterpreted within a nationalist paradigm. The narrative surrounding the Albanian nation's historical continuity, territorial sovereignty, and ethnic identity remained central, while the treatments of minorities, including the Greek minority, evolved to align with this nationalist focus. A key feature of both socialist and post-socialist historiography has been its reliance on primordialist and perennialist frameworks. These are two, let's say, characteristic themes of Albanian historiography. These approaches emphasize or let's say consider the nation as something eternal, as something natural, portraying it as an organic and enduring reality. By focusing on themes of autochthony and territorial integrity, Albanian historiography has sought to legitimize contemporary political positions while marginalizing alternative narratives. In this particular context, the portrayal of minorities in Albanian historiography reveals a complex interplay of inclusion, exclusion, and the persistence of stereotypes. In the post-socialist era, the representation of the Greek minority has shifted, but remains somehow problematic. In many cases, the minority is simply absent from historical narratives, reflecting a continuation of the marginalization established during the socialist period. When the Greek minority is addressed, it is often through a lens that reproduces stereotypes from the earlier era. Post-socialist historiography, even when it acknowledges the presence of the Greek minority, tends to replicate the frameworks and biases of socialist narratives. This perpetuation of stereotypes underscores the difficulty of breaking away from some historiographical patterns. Both socialist and post-socialist historiography have played an important role in constructing and reinforcing Albanian national identity, which is something, as I mentioned before, it is not something that is exclusively Albanian. During the socialist period, this identity was framed within a Marxist framework that sought to unite all groups under a shared narrative of resistance and progress. In the post-communist period, this framework has been replaced by, let's say, nationalist lens, emphasizing cultural uniqueness, historical continuity, and territorial sovereignty. Let's say the absence of the minorities, including the Greek minority, from this narrative illustrates the challenges of integrating diversity into a historiography that remains heavily influenced by nationalist imperatives. Now, I would like to mention some myths that we have found regarding the Greek minority in both Albanian and Greek historiography. First of these myths is the so-called myth that the Greek minority enjoyed privileges under the socialist regime. This is a myth that has been reproduced after 1990s. This myth suggested that numbers of the minority had access to better economic opportunities and preferential treatment in education compared to the majority population. This perception has rooted in the relatively high literacy rates and public representation of the Greek minority, which were outcomes of their geographical concentration in the economically stable regions of the southern Albania, and the socialist state's strategic use of minorities to project an image of inclusivity. While these factors reflect the specific historical and regional dynamics, the myth of disproportionate privilege fueled resentment among the Albanian majority. The second myth, which is a myth primarily formed in Greece, framed the Greek minority in Albania as uniformly loyal to Greece, emphasizing a strong sense of ethnic and national solidarity. This narrative overlooked the diversity within the community, including those who were integrated into Albanian governance and contributed to the socialist state. So let's say that it's a frame of analysis that considers the Greeks of Albania as, let's say, as if they were totally not integrated in Albanian way of life, which is not the case, because everybody who has studied Albanian history of the before the 90s know that a lot of people who were in the Politburo or in upper scales of Albanian hierarchy were of Greek, let's say, of Greek origin. Despite this history, the Greek nationalist narrative casts the minority as a monolithic group aligned with Greek irredentist ambitions, particularly concerning the contested region of the so-called Northern Epirus. A third myth, deeply rooted in the primordialist approach, and this is the Albanian case, questioned the so-called indigenous status of the Greek minority by suggesting that the Greeks in Albania were economic migrants from the Ottoman period rather than, let's say, autochthonous inhabitants of southern Albania. Well, let's say that the Albanian historiography has a, I said, it's very, very focused on these themes, these primordial themes of autochthony. But I think that we all know that there is no such thing as autochthony, not only in the Balkans, but everywhere. This narrative reflects the broader tendency of Albanian historiography to prioritize the continuity and primacy of the Albanian nation, often at the expense of minority groups. By framing the Greek minority as late arrivals or external elements, this myth seeks to undermine their historical connection to the region and portrays them as outsiders. These myths, whether emerging in the post-socialist period or rooted in longer historical processes, illustrate the challenges of constructing an inclusive and balanced narrative about the minorities in Albania. By perpetuating stereotypes and exclusionary frameworks, they obscure the complex realities of the minorities' history and contributions, complicating efforts to foster understanding and coexistence. So this was the presentation I have prepared for today. And if there are any questions or any comments, Professor, I would like to hear them. I forgot to say that I'm a lecturer of political science in the university in Albania, in Mediterranean University, but I'm also a PhD graduate of this department. And it's, for me, it's a great pleasure to be here with my former professors and colleagues. So, okay.
Well, maybe I could ask a question. Does religion play a role in these interethnic relations?
Well, religion is always an important, let's say, part of the so-called ethnic identity, but I would say that that's rather a myth of the Greek historiography, and we have discussed this with Ilia, and the, let's say, the nationalist tenets of Greek historiography tend to equalize, let's say, Orthodox with Greeks, which is actually not the case in Albania. However, there are very important dynamics playing with religion, and very interesting something to study about.
If I may, congratulations first of all.
Thank you.
Can I ask you something which doesn't relate with your presentation, but always intrigues me, concerning the way that Albanian historiography depicts the 19th century and the expansion of modern Greece. My question is this: do they depict in history books the expansion of Greek states into Albanian inhabited territories? Is this the case?
This is the case because the dominant narrative still now is that the region of Thesprotia is, and I'm not talking now about the so-called extremist, whatever, Albanian nationalists. I'm talking for the official Albanian historiography. It still considers these, let's say, territories like Albanian territories. this is the case of the Albanian historiography, because I don't believe in official historiography. Okay, I think that the official historiographies are not. It's not real history. It's politics. But what differs Greece to Albania is that in Greece there are these what I call let's say social spaces where the counter narrative or the alternative narrative to nationalism produces and reproduces. In Albania, unfortunately, these spaces are very few. I mean, even if in universities or in the Academy of Science or other institutions, the dominant narrative is the nationalist narrative. So it's very difficult to use counter narrative or to use an alternative narrative in this case. So we have a lot of job to do, a lot of work to do. Okay, thank you.